Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're here in dockets number 2019-224E and 2019-225E, Duke Company's IRP. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners Caston, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Powers, Irvin, and Thomas. Are there any preliminary matters before we call the first witness for today? All right, hearing none. Duke Companies, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. The companies call or recall Mr. Glenn Snyder to stand. Good morning, Mr. Snyder.
Good morning, Mr. Brushworth.
Are you the same Glenn Snyder that previously provided direct testimony earlier in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 162 pages?
Yes, I did.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that were included in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And your rebuttal testimony included limited confidential information on page 98 that was pre-filed under seal. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd ask that Mr. Snyder's rebuttal testimony be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand, and that the information designated in that rebuttal testimony as confidential remain under seal.
Mr. Snyder's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, with the confidential portions remaining confidential and under seal.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, did you also cause to be prepared any exhibits to your rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed with the Commission?
Yes, sponsored Snyder rebuttal exhibits 1 through 18, each of which provided supplemental information on topics discussed in my rebuttal testimony.
Thank you. And there's limited confidential information in Snyder rebuttal exhibit 6. Is that right?
Yes, there is.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd ask that Mr. Snyder's rebuttal exhibits 1 through 18 be marked as the next hearing exhibit, and that the confidential information in his rebuttal exhibit 6 remain under seal as pre-filed.
Mr. Snyder's rebuttal exhibits, Snyder 1 through 18, will be marked for identification purposes and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 42, with Snyder 6 remaining confidential and under seal.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I was showing that in Mr. Snyder's rebuttal exhibits that 9 and 10 were confidential. Are those no longer confidential? I did not show anything in 6 as being confidential.
One minute, Commissioner Belzer.
I take that back. I do see a confidential designation on 6 as well on page 4 of 6.
Yeah, Commissioner Belzer, I apologize. You are correct. It was an oversight on our part that there is confidential information designated in rebuttal exhibits 9 and 10 as well as 6 that was pre-filed under seal. So thank you for catching that. And Mr. Chairman, if the record could reflect that, consistent with the way those exhibits were pre-filed, exhibits 9 and 10 were also include confidential information that should remain under seal, I would amend our request.
I would, Mr. Chairman, if I might, I would ask the council, or Duke needs to check their exhibit 6, because I see now a small, says purchase contracts confidential. However, I don't see anything redacted on that page, so they might need to check and see what they filed.
Thank you, Commissioner Belzer. we will take a look at that, and Mr. Snyder, perhaps on a break, you can check and confirm that. Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate for us to proceed and then to sort this out at the next break?
Well,
And if you want to sort it out now, we can certainly give Mr. Snyder a moment to review his Exhibit 6 and to confirm. And
I guess my question to you is, do you not know what you filed?
Mr. Chairman, I think we were doing our very best during the filing to have as limited amount of confidential information as possible. And this may have been in an attempt to do that. I think we may have originally had some things confidential that we had tried to make sure if we really needed it confidential. And I am seeing the Exhibit 6, we still mark as confidential as having specific contracts in each of the rows. That we have, in my copy, is still marked confidential.
And so if we treat 6, 9, and 10 as confidential, will that not resolve the issue?
I think so.
Mr. Chairman, I was raising the issue because it would treat it as confidential for here, but my testimony and exhibits have been printed from the DMS from what they filed. And what I'm saying is there is nothing redacted in number 6 that I see. So have they filed the confidential version as public on the DMS? That's my issue. And that's what they need to look at.
Yep, you're correct, ma'am. This was, I guess I would characterize as an error on our part, and one of the challenges of not being able to confer with Mr. Snyder this weekend to make sure we had all this sorted out. Commissioner Belzer is correct. The Exhibit 6 was filed fully publicly and has no redacted information that is on the DMS as public, no confidential. Exhibits 9 and 10 are include confidential information that was pre-filed under seal, and those should be included as such.
So when was Mr. Snyder's rebuttal testimony filed? March 19th, I'm hearing here. So it's
Yes,
so Exhibit 6 has been in the public domain for a month.
that's correct.
So is it a need for it to be confidential now?
No.
I wouldn't think so.
It's not how to answer that question, but my understanding from conferring with counsel in the last few moments is that it's not confidential and can remain publicly available on the DMS.
Okay, and so would it be fair to treat 9 and 10 as confidential and allow 6 to be public since it's been available since March? Or do you want?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So Snyder exhibits 1 through 18 will be entered into the record as hearing exhibit 42, with exhibits 9 and 10 treated as confidential, and they will remain under seal.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Commissioner Belzer, for raising that issue and helping us to sort through it. We appreciate the Commission's attention to that.
No problem.
Mr. Snyder, sorry. Mr. Snyder, at this time, I'd like to briefly walk you through your rebuttal testimony to provide a brief summary for the Commission. Starting on pages 2 through 11 of your testimony, provide an overview of the company's rebuttal case in response to the direct testimony of ORS as well as the other parties. Can you, as briefly as you can, summarize that part of your testimony at the Commission, the company's rebuttal case for the Commission?
Certainly. Good morning, Chairman Williams, Vice Chair Belzer, Commissioners. Briefly, maybe a little bit challenging. This is probably the largest piece of testimony I've sponsored in a long time, but I will do my best. I endeavored over the weekend to try and trim it down. So I do apologize. My rebuttal testimony both introduces the company's 8 other rebuttal witnesses, as well as covers a significant number of recommendations by ORS and the advocacy groups. I summarize the core points of my rebuttal testimony in the 19 summary paragraphs on pages 9 through 11. At the highest level, my rebuttal testimony demonstrates that the company's 2020 IRPs meet all the requirements of Act 62 and represent the most reasonable and prudent means of meeting our customers' energy and capacity needs under a variety of conditions that could be experienced in the future. As directed by Act 62, I and the company's other witnesses demonstrate how the 2020 IRPs appropriately balance resource adequacy, power supply reliability, customer affordability, regulatory compliance, while planning for both supply side and demand side resources.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. And you suggest next in your testimony, the Commission should view the 2020 IRPs as a snapshot in time. Can you explain for the Commission what you mean by that?
Resource planning assumptions are changing constantly, and as such, the company's IRP should be viewed as a dynamic document. IRP development is nearly a continuous process, given the rapid pace at which technology evolves and changes to the regulatory and policy landscape occur. The companies developed the 2020 IRPs based on the current regulatory requirements and assumptions that were known and foreseeable at the time the IRPs were developed, with the understanding that new developments will inform future IRPs. In addition, IRPs are filed often so that the Commission and stakeholders can keep appraised of the company's future resource needs and plans to meet those needs. Focusing in on the 2020 IRPs, the companies developed these resource plans based on inputs and assumptions generally fixed in the late spring and summer months of 2020, which was the best available information at the time. In this way, they are a snapshot in time. Importantly, they will be updated in the 2021 IRP update that will be filed in September of this year, just a few short months from now. New changes, such as incorporating the changes in the solar ITC and many, many others that have occurred since the 2020 IRPs were developed, will be incorporated into the 2021 IRP update.
And do you also highlight for the Commission in your rebuttal testimony the frequency of which the companies are planning to file new IRPs and updated IRPs over the next few years?
Yes. While Act 62 requires comprehensive IRPs at least every 3 years, my rebuttal testimony highlights the company's planned regulatory calendar over the 5-year period 2018 to 2022 to emphasize the snapshot in time concept for the Commission. My rebuttal figure 5 illustrates the frequency of IRP filings and shows that the companies are planning to file the next comprehensive IRP in the fall of 2022.
Thank you. So based on this snapshot in time concept that you introduced to the Commission and the companies plan to file their next comprehensive IRP in the fall of 2022, do the companies have specific requests for the Commission with respect to how to consider the recommendations presented by the interveners in these cases?
Yes. The company's view is that a modified IRP should only be required where the Commission finds fundamental flaws in a utility's IRP that would render the IRP not compliant with Act 62, which is not the case for Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress's IRPs, as I describe in my rebuttal testimony. I would urge the Commission not to require any backward-looking modifications in this proceeding that will be stale at the time of their filing. Rather, any adjustments desired by the Commission can more appropriately and efficiently be filed in future filings, like the company's planned 2021 IRP update filing this fall.
And your rebuttal testimony next states for the Commission that they should view the testimony of the advocacy group witnesses through a technically objective and holistic lens. Can you explain what you meant by that concept?
Yes. Technical objectivity refers to fairly evaluating the merits of the assumptions, the quality of the analysis, and the reasonableness of the conclusions or recommendations presented when addressing a specific issue. I developed figures 1 and 2 in my rebuttal testimony to help illustrate what I meant by a holistic lens. I would ask the commission to turn to page 14 of my rebuttal testimony, and I'd also like Mr. Breitschwert to put this graphic on the WebEx. I show this simple graphic in my rebuttal testimony, which illustrates the IRP balancing considerations as the columns in this table, and the supply side and demand side resources as the rows in the table. These balancing considerations before the commission generally reflect the consideration in Act 62, as do the resources. I go on to point out that each of the resources shown have risks and benefits across all 4 columns. A holistic approach to reviewing an IRP would examine the benefits and risks in each of the boxes. As such, this graphic provides a good model to keep in mind when examining a particular issue and when examining the IRP in its entirety. I then go on to provide an example of how the advocacy groups in this proceeding have limited their review of issues to a narrow focus by highlighting Fitch's carbon stranding report as an overlay to this graphic. If I could ask you to put that on the screen, Mr. Breitschwert. I point out how witness Fitch's concerns about stranded costs of new gas assets, while voluminous, take a very narrow focus when put in this perspective. For example, in the report itself, represented in the red box, he dismisses technology and policy advancements that would mitigate the risk he outlines in this report. On the vertical axis, Mr. Fitch completely fails to consider stranded cost risk for other resources, such as stranded cost risk for battery storage and solar resources. On the horizontal axis, Mr. Fitch ignores the role of efficient new natural gas as a readily available technology today that can accelerate coal retirements and backstand additional new intermittent solar. As a result, his report fails to mention the near-term carbon benefits, affordability, and reliability benefits associated with this technology. In summary, my testimony highlights that Mr. Fitch's report and testimony are too narrowly focused and fail to consider system reliability, customer affordability, or other considerations mandated by Act 62. And this narrow focus biases his results and invalidates his conclusions.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Now, turning to your rebuttal testimony and the specific arguments raised by the parties in this proceeding, does the ORS support the company's 2020 IRP?
I read ORS's testimony as providing strong support for the company's 2020 IRPs. ORS concluded that the companies conducted a thorough IRP and provided all of the information required by Act 62 in their IRPs. ORS did not identify the same deficiencies highlighted in the Dominion Energy South Carolina IRP proceeding. However, ORS did make a number of recommendations that were primarily focused on ways the companies could improve the IRPs, including by providing additional information and/or context on a variety of issues. For nearly all of these issues ORS raises, the companies have preemptively provided the requested additional information in rebuttal testimony and exhibits, or committed to do so in future comprehensive IRPs or IRP updates.
And your rebuttal figure on pages 26 and 27 of your testimony provides a summary of the company's response to each of the ORS's recommendations. Can you briefly explain the key points you made in that figure for the commission?
Yes, this figure summarizes the very significant effort that the companies made in rebuttal testimony to respond to all 25 of the ORS's recommendations. 16 areas where ORS recommended additional information be provided in a modified IRP in this proceeding. The companies responded to each of those 16 areas by providing additional information in my rebuttal testimony and exhibits or in the testimony of other witnesses. 7 areas where ORS recommends additional information be provided in future IRPs. The companies generally agree with the ORS to provide the requested information in future IRPs, studies, or to discuss the issue in a future stakeholder process as recommended by ORS. At the time, there were just 3 areas where the companies disagreed with ORS recommendations, and we will continue to work to resolve these issues.
Thank you. And in your view, is the company's commitment to providing the additional information requested by ORS in line with what other utilities across the country provide in their IRPs?
Yeah, this is a very important point for the commission to appreciate, and that I tried to highlight in my rebuttal testimony. Act 62 imposes a number of requirements on the companies in developing their IRPs, and the companies went above and beyond these requirements in several areas, including development and implementation of a comprehensive stakeholder engagement process, bringing in national experts to do detailed studies, and presenting very robust IRPs along with supporting analysis and work papers to the commissions. The company's significant efforts to provide the information requested by ORS in rebuttal testimony in a very short period of time also goes above and beyond what is required of other utilities across the country in IRP proceedings. ORS agreed with this view in responses to the company's discovery request and now supports the company's IRPs as resolving their issues for improvements in their SIR rebuttal testimony. I also emphasize in my rebuttal testimony that the companies went to great lengths to incorporate stakeholder perspectives in developing the 2020 IRPs, including holding several stakeholder meetings, creating an IRP engagement website, and developing a first of its kind interactive portfolio screening tool that actually allows stakeholders to test a portfolio of their choosing over an actual 7-day winter period, a 7-day spring period, and a 7-day summer period in DEC's and DEP's service territory.
Thank you. And so turning from the ORS to the testimony of the other interveners, how would you characterize their view of the company's IRPs?
Well, for the purpose of this proceeding and in my testimony, I characterize CCEBA and their National Solar Energy Industry Association expert, Mr. Lucas, the environmental parties, and Vote Solar as the advocacy groups, because these parties have approached the company's IRPs by isolating and arguing for certain selective input assumptions to advance specific outcomes. Taking a step back and looking at all of their recommendations holistically, the advocacy group's recommendations to reject the company's IRPs are designed to advance a nearly singular focus on expanding the deployment of solar, battery storage, and DSM and EE to the exclusion of other resources as their preferred plan for DEC and DEP to meet customers' future capacity and energy needs. I explained that while the company strongly supports solar, battery storage, and energy efficiency, the pace of adoption needs to consider customer cost and reliability implications. The advocacy groups, however, do not appear to have appropriately considered reliability issues or customer affordability in their recommendations. I also think advocacy groups are seeking to turn this resource planning proceeding into something that it is not by advocating the commission require the companies to evaluate fundamental market reforms, such as joining an RTO or an energy imbalance market. Questions about fundamental market reforms are most appropriately made by state and federal policymakers who will need to make important decisions about South Carolina's and the nation's energy future, as DEC and DEP witness Santoyani has discussed.
Thank you. And Mr. Snyder, your rebuttal testimony spends approximately 100 pages addressing numerous technical recommendations and criticisms by the advocacy groups and the recommendations of ORS. And I just want to briefly focus on a few of those with you. First, let's talk about the natural gas price forecast issue raised by ORS and CCEBA witness Lucas. Did the companies meet the requirements of Act 62 to provide reasonable sensitivity analyses related to natural gas price forecasts over the 15-year resource planning period?
Yes, as I explained in my direct testimony, the companies use market-based pricing for the first 10 years, 2021 to 2030, and then gradually transition to 100% fundamental-based forecasting over the following 4-year period, being full fundamentals in the 5th year. While the ORS and Kennedy and Associates found the company's approach to be somewhat unique, they did not find the results to be unreasonable or outliers when compared to the other forecasts of 6 other regulated utilities. ORS also recommends that the companies discuss their commodity price forecasting methodology as part of the IRP stakeholder discussions between now and the next IRP proceeding, and the companies agree to do that.
And Mr. Snyder, CCEBA witness Lucas opposes Duke's natural gas forecasting methodology and recommends changes be required in this proceeding. Can you try to succinctly address your rebuttal testimony on this complex issue?
Yes, as I explained in my rebuttal testimony, I tried to provide some history and context to help the commission understand why the companies develop their natural gas forecasts in the manner that we do for the 2020 IRPs in these proceedings, as well as for avoided cost and IRP purposes in North Carolina. A few key points I raise are, 1, there is inherent difficulty in forecasting future natural gas prices, as can be seen by differing views in fundamental forecasts. As such, the companies have tried to use a consistent methodology for both IRP and avoided cost purposes. 2, the companies used 10 years of forward market pricing in their last 6 IRP filings in North Carolina and South Carolina. Contrary to witness Lucas's testimony, the North Carolina Utility Commission has never rejected that methodology for IRP purposes. This is the first time this issue has been raised in a South Carolina IRP proceeding. 3, in the context of avoided cost proceedings, the companies have advocated for using the same 10 years of market pricing data consistent with the IRP filings. This commission and the ORS accepted this methodology in the 2019 avoided cost proceeding, while the NCUC at this point has settled on 8 years of market before relying on fundamental forecasts as appropriate for avoided cost purposes. 4, the company's concerns with adopting nearer-term fundamental forecast pricing is that it puts significant overpayment risk on consumers. The companies view this as an unnecessary risk for customers, as fundamental price forecasts are both lagging and above actual market prices over the 10-year period. 5, I point out on page 66 and 67 of my rebuttal testimony that the NCUC has agreed with Duke's concern in prior avoided cost proceedings, finding in 2016 that, and I quote, lagging fundamental forecast pricing has proven to be inaccurate over the past few years and has led to overpayment to QFs, and that, quote again, undue reliance on higher fundamental forecast prices when a demonstrated liquid market exists can lead to arbitrage. 6, I also think, contrary to CCEBA witness Lucas' central point, the company's approach provides a more accurate and appropriate price forecast. If you look at my rebuttal figures 6 and 7, they unquestionably show that fundamental price forecasts have consistently overstated market over the last several years, and that market prices have been demonstrably more accurate, even looking into the future. Finally, on this topic, I correct several errors Mr. Lucas makes in his testimony regarding his concerns with market liquidity, pointing out the robustness of the forward natural gas market and explaining that numerous institutions transact significant volumes in the long-term gas markets.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Changing topics, you then spend 16 pages providing a detailed response to Vote Solar witness Fitch's testimony and his carbon stranding report. Can you please briefly summarize this testimony for the commission?
Yes. Mr. Fitch's suggestion that the company's IRPs contains a significant carbon stranding risk is a very important issue. And I think witness Roberts and witness Santoyani covered it well. There are 2 additional points I would like to highlight from my rebuttal testimony. First, natural gas generation is a valuable resource for customers as one component of a broader transition plan that decarbonizes the company's portfolio. As coal generation is retired, gas-fired generation is a proven and cost-effective dispatchable technology that has the ability to provide baseload, intermediate, and peaking energy needs in a flexible manner that can also facilitate the addition of significant amounts of intermittent solar resources. Next, Mr. Fitch's entire premise that natural gas assets will be stranded under the 2020 IRPs is simply false. The 2020 IRPs reasonably modeled natural gas units based on their planned lifespan, and the results determined that natural gas to be the least cost. Transitioning the fleet away from coal and meeting future load growth in the Carolinas without building new gas units, as shown in the 2020 IRPs, is the most expensive option for our customers and will likely require coal units to operate longer. It would also present technology risks and create significant reliability risks for customers, as discussed by Witness Roberts.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, you also highlight areas of interveners' testimony where they recommend the commission require DEC and DEP to modify their IRPs because of conclusions reached in the prior Dominion Energy South Carolina IRP proceeding under Act 62. Can you please briefly summarize this part of your rebuttal testimony for the commission?
This comes up in a number of situations, and my fundamental point to the commission is that the company's 2020 IRPs should be considered on their own merits, facts, and evidence in this case. Advocacy groups' arguments that the commission should make findings or arrive at a conclusion because the company's IRPs share characteristics with Dominion's recently rejected IRPs should be rejected out of hand. I'll briefly provide two examples for my rebuttal testimony. I respond to Witness Lucas's testimony that Duke should be required to model a 20-year solar PPA as a capacity resource because Dominion was required to do so. I point out that Dominion took significantly different approach to that of the companies in modeling its IRP. Unlike the companies, they affirmatively included a 2020 solar PPA as a resource option in their original IRP, but at a higher price than the commission termed to be appropriate. In addition, the commission found that Dominion did not use an industry-recognized capacity expansion model in preparing its 2020 IRP, which may have contributed to the shortcomings the commission found on this issue in that proceeding. In contrast, the companies first used System Optimizer and ProSim, which are industry-recognized models, and second, already model future need for energy-only resources such as solar. So this recommendation, based on the commission's conclusions in the Dominion order, is not appropriate or reasonable for DEC and DEP. Next, in response to both Solar Witness Fitch's recommendation that the commission should order the companies to pay for modeling software licenses for interveners because the commission did so in the Dominion case, I explain why this recommendation is not appropriate for the companies. In particular, the companies and their ratepayers should not be required to cover the cost of interveners' participation in these dockets. The Dominion proceeding was also different because there was significant disagreement over their plans to transition to Plexos, which interveners argued was both prohibitively expensive and difficult to export the inputs and outputs of that model used in that format. Unlike Dominion, the companies have selected Encompass, a lower cost capacity expansion and production cost modeling software that has not been subject to the similar criticism. In summary, thank you for your patience and attention as I have introduced my lengthy rebuttal testimony. I know I covered a lot in this summary here and today, and even more issues in my rebuttal testimony itself. But these are important issues for the companies, and I would be glad to answer any of the commissioner's questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. And before we get started, just for the record, do you recall the chairman's ruling Friday morning that you are still under oath and that you should not be communicating with your attorneys or other people regarding your testimony in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And just for the record, have you adhered to that ruling since it was made Friday morning?
Yes, I have.
All right. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Snyder is now available for cross-examination by the police and for questions on his rebuttal testimony from the commission.
All right. Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ben Snowden for Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association, and we do have some questions for Mr. Snyder. Good morning, Mr. Snyder. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you this morning.
Thanks. It's nice to see you too. Mr. Snyder, just to recap the last couple questions that Mr. Breitschwert asked you, you confirmed that you had not discussed the subject of your testimony with Duke's attorneys since the commission ruled on CCBA's motion last week, right?
I have not.
Okay, but prior to that time, you had discussed with Duke's attorneys the subject of your testimony, correct?
Yeah, predominantly trying to figure out how to, synthesize it down and make it succinct in some of the summaries and some of the points. But yeah,
Understood. But it was your understanding at the time that that was permissible.
it was my understanding, and I apologize. I did not.
Okay.
It was not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Snyder, you testify in your rebuttal that the interveners in this case, other than ORS, each come into the case, and I'm looking at page 17 of your rebuttal testimony. You say they each come into this case with their own agendas, purposes, and biases, which do not include pursuing least cost planning and ensuring power supply reliability. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and did you happen to watch the cross-examination that Mr. Breitschwert and Mr. Ellerby conducted of other interveners earlier this week when they were asking about the missions and goals of CCBA and Vote Solar and other interveners? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you testify that Duke is the only party in this docket that has a regulatory obligation to ensure customers in South Carolina and North Carolina receive reliable power at just and reasonable rates. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. That's on page 18 of your rebuttal testimony.
Do you have a line reference, Mr. Snyder?
Sure.
I just want to take it. I'm not. I'll try to keep.
Understood. Page 18, looking at your answer to the question on line 10.
Mr. Snyder, while you're looking for that portion of your testimony, if you would, Mr. Snowden, would you please turn the volume of your microphone down?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, is that a little better? Or am I still too loud?
Let's try it there. If it's not, we'll circle back around to it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And Mr. Snowden, again, I apologize. I just wanted to keep it in context, but you said in my testimony something about me saying the companies are the only.
Sure. Yes, sorry. Yes, sir. Mr. Snyder, looking at line 14, you say that DEC and DEP are the only parties to these dockets that are regulated by federal and state law to ensure customers in South Carolina and North Carolina receive reliable power at just and reasonable rates. Do you see that?
Yes, thank you. I see that now. Yes, I did. That is my testimony.
Is it your view that Duke's sole goal in this proceeding is, or sole agenda in this proceeding is to ensure reliability and pursue least cost planning?
It is my testimony that we tried to, our sole purpose was try and take the considerations outlined in Act 62 and the balancing considerations and present portfolios, sensitivities, and analysis that adequately balances all of the considerations of Act 62, and that was the purpose of that analysis.
Understood. Thank you. Let me ask it another way. Is it your view that Duke's sole incentive in resource planning is to ensure reliability and pursue least cost planning?
So I'm not sure what you mean by sole incentive.
Okay. Let me ask another question. Duke Energy Corporation, the parent of Duke Carolinas and Duke Progress, is a publicly held corporation, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and it has shareholders, right?
It does.
Okay. And we understand that Duke has got obligations to its customers. But Duke has obligations to its shareholders as well, correct?
Absolutely.
And what is that obligation?
I think it's to operate the company in the manner in which it's chartered and to earn a fair and reasonable return as regulated by the commissions that serve.
Thank you. So under Duke's current revenue model, under Duke Carolinas and Duke Progress's current revenue model, the primary source of returns to Duke Corporation shareholders is return on capital investment, correct?
Yes, I would. I'm not a finance expert. I would expect that to be the case.
Okay. I'm not either, so take your word for it.
We probably have more capital than service revenue, so yes.
Okay, thank you. So all things being equal, more capital investments, or the more capital investments that Duke makes, the better off Duke Corporation shareholders will be, right?
I think, I don't know that I would word it that way, but I see where you're going. Yes, I think as you invest capital, you're growing the company. Yes.
Thank you. And Duke Energy Corporation also has an affiliate that supplies natural gas to the Carolinas. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that affiliate supplies natural gas to some or all of Duke's combustion units? Gas combustion units?
That's my understanding. Yes.
So at least over the long term, the more natural gas that's combusted in the Carolinas, the better off Duke's shareholders will be. Is that fair to say?
No, I think I wouldn't characterize it the way you just said that, because the natural gas, as I understand it, is a commodity, and I do not believe either Piedmont nor Duke Energy Progress actually earn a return. So whether we burn more or less gas on that commodity, that's a direct pass through to consumers, and we do not earn on that. And so I don't know the Piedmont model, but I don't believe they do either on the commodity. So I will that qualifier.
Is it your understanding that Piedmont gets paid to transport gas?
They get paid a pipeline reservation fee for as I understand it, and they're paid to transport gas on the residential or commercial side. I have never studied their revenue model.
Okay, thank you. And as you said, Mr. Schneider, Duke has regulatory obligations to ensure reliability and conduct least cost planning, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and it's the commission's job to ensure that Duke is meeting those obligations, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if Duke were not meeting its reliability obligations, it would be pretty obvious, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think after the fact, I mean, what we're here to talk about is make sure it's not after the fact.
Understood. But if Duke weren't meeting its reliability obligations, the lights would go out, so to speak, right?
Exactly, and that's what we're here talking about.
Okay. Would you agree, though, that in general, it's not quite as easy to tell whether Duke is engaged in least cost planning?
No, I don't think it is that difficult, Mr. Snowden. If you understood the structure of people working on this, this is a bunch of engineers who come from plants and like Mr. Roberts' team, and most of the company witnesses are very operational in nature, and they have 10, 20, 30 years experience. The resources that went into preparing this IRP probably collectively have 500 plus years of running a utility. They are not finance people. They are people doing their best job to try and characterize and represent the inputs that go into the IRP so that we can fairly balance the list of resources outlined in Act 62. So to infer that somehow this had anything to do with in the creation of the IRP being formed such that it was a company-centric, grow the company IRP is just totally false narrative. That's not how an IRP is developed. And there's no bias put into that process as we're developing the IRP.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate that. And that's not exactly the question I'm asking. I guess what I'm asking here is, well, we agree that whatever's in the IRP, even without looking at the IRP closely, at some point it's evident whether Dukas is upholding its obligation to ensure reliability, because if it's not, the lights might go off, so to speak. Is that fair to say?
It only becomes obvious after the fact. And the whole purpose of an IRP is, it's obvious that ERCOT did not serve their reliability need. The whole point, though, is could they have done a better job planning to have avoided that event? So, yes, it is obvious once you have failed in that planning and that event has unfolded, it's obvious for the commission to then call in the utility and say, what happened? I think that happened in South Carolina with Dominion 2014-15 when they had a much smaller version of ERCOT and had to do that, and they were called in for rotating feeders. And what we're here talking about today is how do we plan to ensure that doesn't happen?
Understood. Thank you. But if the company has not properly engaged in least cost planning, it's not necessarily evident after the fact unless there's a $10 billion hole in the ground, right?
Or a $2 billion overpayment to the solar industry. Yes, they become very obvious after the fact.
Okay, so it's easy to identify a boondoggle or a bad spending, but it's harder to tell when if the company has passed up on opportunities for ratepayer savings, isn't it?
The opportunity costs are more difficult to evaluate. I will grant you that.
So would you agree that it's this commission's job to engage in a searching inquiry to determine whether Duke is living up to its obligation to do least cost planning?
That's one of the considerations they're charged with balancing in Act 62.
Thank you. So, Mr. Snyder, I'd like to go over the plan that is identified in the IRPs as the appropriate plan. And that's Portfolio A, or the base without carbon. Is that right?
Yes, I think in a data response to the ORS, that's the word I use.
Okay, thank you. Let's look, if we can, at page 94 of the DEP IRP.
Page 94.
Yes, sir. I'll wait for you to get there. Okay, thank you. So would you agree that this part of the IRP provides an overview of the 6 portfolios that are set out in the IRP?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and Portfolio A is described here, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and we don't have to go through all of this, but the Portfolio A, as described here, includes the most economic retirement dates for coal units, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and so those would be the retirement dates that are dictated by economics primarily?
Yes.
Okay, and Plan A, it incorporates the base planning assumptions for expected renewables, energy efficiency, and demand response, right?
Yes, it does.
And so when it says here expected renewables, that includes the amount of renewables the company expects to contract with under PURPA, as Mr. Columba described, through CPRE and under the GSA programs. Is that right?
Yes, I seem to remember him having a pretty detailed schedule that outlined those.
So is it fair to say that that by expected renewables, this means the additions of renewables that the company is obligated to make?
I think it's expected renewables that, yes, are in flight under various programs.
Thank you. Yeah, in flight. That's a good term. But other than those renewables that are already in flight, so to speak, there are no additional renewables added to the system in this plan. Is that right?
No, there were none in the early stages of the plan. And just checking real quick, Mr. Stone, I think you are correct. Just want to. Yes, most of the renewables added now, subject check, I will agree with you, were from ones that are in flight.
Okay. What, most or all?
Subjects check, I will agree with your all. I'm pretty sure in that plan, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then this says Plan A includes an additional 140 megawatts of battery storage. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And the Plan A has forced into it something like 130 or 140 megawatts of other battery storage. Is that right? Do you recall that?
Check again in front of me. I believe. Yes, I'm seeing additional battery storage, yes.
Okay. So, but a total of a little bit less than 300 megawatts of battery storage, right?
I'm showing right at 300.
Okay, thank you. And then Plan A also includes 5,300 megawatts of CT and CC gas capacity. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And if we look at the numbers for the DEC IRP, the numbers are a little different, but structurally it's pretty similar, isn't it?
Structurally.
Okay, so it's got 4,300 megawatts of new gas. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and 150 megawatts of storage.
Yes.
Okay, but no new renewables beyond those that are already in flight, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so between DEC and DEP, the IRPs include no new renewables beyond what's already in flight, right?
Which I would count as a significant amount of renewables. We're already a national leader in renewables. And when you add that to the renewables, that plan results in more renewables than most of the utilities around the country have plans under more aggressive cases. So part of it, and that we don't have under this plan incrementals, because we've already been an earlier period. And that has then made incremental renewables, maybe not as economic as it would be for other utilities who weren't as aggressive as early. So it's hard to say there's no additional when at the end of the plan, I think the two companies combined have over 8,000 megawatts of solar, which is a tremendous commitment to that industry, even in this case. And this is our case. So
Mr. Chairman,
plus,
could we ask Mr. Snowden to enlarge that document so we can
Oh, yes.
see it?
Thank you, Commissioner Belzer. Is that large enough?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Snyder, the plans include a fair amount, a significant amount of renewables that are already. Well, let's take that back. The plans include a significant amount of renewables that the company is already obligated to contract with, right?
you know, when you say obligated, I think we work collaboratively with the industry to set up these programs. So, you know, I would qualify the word obligated as committed and is doing it through a collaborative effort. You know, some of these programs involved a lot of company resources to develop. So I just don't want to leave the impression that obligated is like the company is doing this because it's being forced to. It did this through a collaborative effort with the solar industry. So yes, again, 8,650 megawatts in the base plan total of solar by the end, existing plus new. If you combine the two companies, DEC and DEP.
Is that the number for the base case? Base renewables assumptions?
Yeah, on page 16 of the executive summary, base without carbon policy A, and that shows both existing plus new. If you do both DEC and DEP, that is DEP only. So it's I'm on page 16 of the Duke Energy Progress.
Okay, thank you. So going back to what the plans include, they include an additional, but the plans include no additional renewables selected by the plan beyond what's already expected, correct?
Yes, there's limited additional renewables in that portfolio that has no carbon policy.
Thank you. And then between DEP and DEC, it's about 290 megawatts of additional energy storage. Is that right?
Subject to check. I'll agree with you, Mr. Snowden. I'm going to trust that you've got your numbers right.
Well, my math is, yeah, it's
I'm going to try and keep us moving.
bad.
I'm going to try and keep us moving. So,
yeah. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate that. So, and the plans include an additional 9,600 megawatts of new combustion turbines and combined cycle gas capacity, right?
yes, that's that plan.
Okay. Great. And is it fair to say that the base without carbon plan relies pretty heavily on natural gas to meet resource needs over the planning horizon? Is that fair to say?
Meet capacity needs, yes.
Thank you.
Because it still has solar for energy. So the
capacity
is met with the gas, and you get the benefit of 8,600 megawatts of solar on the energy.
Okay, thank you. On pages 38 and 39 of your rebuttal testimony, you respond to ORS witness Sandinato's assertion that the base case without carbon is the company's preferred plan. And we can go over there if you like.
Yes, I see it.
So Mr. Sandinato says effectively the base of that carbon is the company's preferred plan, but you don't agree with that, right?
No, I use the word appropriate plan.
Right. Yes, that's right. You testify that it's not the preferred plan, but it's the appropriate plan. And I guess I'm a little confused as to what the difference between a preferred plan and an appropriate plan is.
It's appropriate at this point in time to view that as the plan that complies with existing rules and regulations. So, for example, in the context of an avoided cost docket, this is the plan that is legally required to be used in developing a but-for price. So, but for the QF coming onto service, what value is being created for customers? That but-for indifference principle in the context of avoided cost requires it to be evaluated against existing rules, regulations, and laws, and not against, like, for example, a future carbon policy law. So in that context, it is appropriate for the commission's consideration as our base plan. Not to say that not base plan, base portfolio, not to say other portfolios might not come to fruition in the future.
Okay, so this is the portfolio that the company has chosen to be the appropriate one for use in, for example, in avoided cost dockets, right?
It's appropriate, and it's actually, I would argue, is required to be used in, I believe there's an order that requires us to use it in North Carolina because it complies with the but-for principle. It's outlined by FERC. So you have to have this plan or this portfolio. You have to have this portfolio, and it's appropriate at this time to use it for certain purposes. But there's certainly value in showing the other portfolios as well.
Understood. And I guess when I'm thinking about a choice, it's not just a choice between this among all of the 6 plans that are listed in the IRP, but as between all of the other potential plans that are out there, this is the one that the company has picked as appropriate to use in, for example, avoided cost dockets, right?
So, for the benefit of maybe all you and maybe all the other people that may want to cross-examine, I'm going to use the word portfolios to describe the 6 portfolios, and I'm going to use the word plan to describe the integrated resource plan. And I'm sure we'll have discussion on this with some of your peers as well. But we filed an integrated resource plan with 6 portfolios. We think those portfolios in their totality combine to make the integrated resource plan. We think that portfolio A is the appropriate portfolio on, for, at this point in time, if you're looking at what do existing rules and regulations lead you to on a least cost planning perspective.
All right, I'll try to stick
Things
with
are
that
changing.
nomenclature as we discuss that.
Thank you.
Well, I would like to talk a little about how the company intends to rely on this portfolio. You mentioned that the company believes it's appropriate to use this portfolio in calculating avoided cost rates, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the company filed an application for approval of new avoided cost rates last week, didn't it? Or the week before, rather?
It did.
Okay. And if the commission were to require Duke to modify its IRP, is it your understanding that Duke would modify its avoided cost filing as well?
If they ordered us, so sometimes there may be modifications that they think are appropriate for the IRP and other ones that they might want to hear further evidence on in the avoided costs. So I think that they would have to let us know. But if they told us to modify it and said we'd like to see what this looks like for the avoided cost, we would do that.
Okay, so only if the commission directed the company to reflect those changes in its avoided cost application would the company make those changes in the application?
No, I guess what I'm saying is that the commission has the latitude to say, we'd like you to update your IRP and your September update filing. We'd like you to do that. We'll do it. If they said, we want you to update something in avoided cost, I think the more appropriate time for them to do that is we're going to have an avoided cost proceeding. And so if there was an update or a modification they wanted in that, you're right, Mr. Snowden, I think that would probably be the appropriate time because there are some additional, certainly a bunch of additional legal considerations in avoided cost that govern that proceeding that are distinct and separate from what we're talking about here in this proceeding.
Understood. Thank you. So I guess my question is, if the commission were to direct Duke to file a modified IRP in this proceeding, that could potentially result in changes to Duke's avoided cost application that's pending now?
I think the commission could do it in the avoided cost application itself. Because there are lots of things that are different in avoided cost, and it's a little bit more direct to do it in that case under the facts and circumstances of what a FERC but-for ruling might be and the principles in avoided cost.
Okay, thank you. But is that one reason that, well, strike that. Is the potential impact on the pending avoided cost application one reason that Duke would prefer that any changes to its IRP be implemented in an update and not in a modified IRP?
No, absolutely. I mean, if the commission, when hearing the facts and evidences and circumstances that went to the avoided cost calculation, said, Duke, we want you to make a different assumption in this context of this avoided cost, once hearing all the evidence in that proceeding, we would certainly do that. So it's not, we're not trying to say don't do a modified here because we're trying to get out of something in avoided cost. We're certainly willing to do that. It's more appropriate in the avoided cost because there's additional facts and evidence that need to come to being in that case that may not be being addressed in this proceeding, right? So if they want a modification there, I think it's more appropriate there. I think for most of the things we've done, we think we're certainly areas that we can add to the IRP update and the comprehensive IRP as I've outlined in a lot of my discussion with the ORS.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Snyder, you testified that Duke will, and I'm going to step back a second and talk about other ways in which the company plans to rely on the Plan A portfolio. So you testify that the company will rely on that Plan A in performing cost effectiveness evaluations. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. What's a cost effectiveness evaluation?
For example, cost effectiveness of energy efficiency right now is done under, are we paying an avoided carbon benefit in the UCT test? I do not believe so at this point. So that might be an example.
Okay, thank you. And the company will also rely on it in DSM evaluations. Is that right?
unless directed otherwise by the commission.
Okay, and the company also plans to rely on Plan A in net metering dockets? Is that right?
I think the commission has, I'm not involved in the net metering. I don't know if there's been discussions of where there's latitude to look at A and B, perhaps. I don't know. So I'm just not in the net metering.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other contexts you're aware of in which Duke would rely on the base case without carbon portfolio?
So I would imagine if it came forward with a project, whether it was a Duke built, I'm not talking about who builds it, who owns it. If you were looking at the economic value of a new investment, battery, CT, Duke owned, someone else owned, you would look at that against that portfolio, but you may look at it under multiple sensitivities, including the other portfolio. So you may say, how does this asset perform in portfolio A? How does this asset perform in portfolio B? How does this asset perform under a host of gas price movements, for example? And then you may present all of that in your application to say, here is how that looks, that particular asset in context of your IRP and with sensitivities and scenarios.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Snyder, you testify in rebuttal that nothing in the IRP statute requires the companies to pick a single preferred long-term resource planning portfolio. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. And you also testify that Act 62 requires the development of multiple portfolios to fairly evaluate the range of demand side, supply side, storage, and other technologies and services available to meet the utility's service obligations. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what you're saying is that Act 62 requires the company to develop multiple portfolios, but not to pick one?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I think Act 62, and I was, sat through a lot of drafting on Act 62 with all the parties around the table. And, I think the point of having multiple portfolios is to inform stakeholders on how variables change from one to the other, how costs change, what it takes, what policies, what are the benefits and risks, how do different technologies look in different portfolios. And so you provide stakeholders, including this commission, a tremendous amount of information by showing multiple portfolios. And that's what we endeavor to do, is to provide that information.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Snyder, if you don't mind just taking a look at, I'll share it, because we've been talking a bit about the requirements of Act 62.
I have it here with me, Mr. Snyder.
Okay, great. If you don't mind looking at subsection D1 of the IRP statute.
Gotcha.
Right towards the end there, and I'll share this as well.
All right, I'm looking at that, the annual update section.
Correct. Let's see if it's okay. Unfortunately, on my screen, it sort of spans 2 pages. But this is D1 talks about the annual updates, and then at the end, could you read the last sentence in subsection D1?
Is it the one that starts with the electrical utilities?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The electrical utilities annual update must describe the impact of the updated base planning assumptions on the selected resource plan.
Thank you. So it says that the update has to assess the impact of changed circumstances on the selected resource plan. Why would the statute say that if the IRP didn't have to select a resource plan?
It's not referring to the 6 portfolios. You're sort of taking that a little bit out of context because you're now in the subsection that's talking about the update, Mr. Snowden. Mm-hmm. The update, yes. You don't have the 6 portfolio requirement. You're updating your base plan. And then you're updating the base plan with new gas prices, new solar prices, new battery prices, a new load forecast. And so I interpret that as saying, and it tells you in the update, it's a tremendous amount of work and cost and effort to do all of these portfolios and all of these studies. And so intentionally, the plan says you will, in interim years, provide an update on the base plan. And selected plan here, to me, is just a simple reference to the base plan that's being updated. It isn't directing you to select a plan. It is the pre-selected plan in the act, which is the base plan that's being updated as prescribed by the act.
Okay, so your view of the statute is that when it says selected resource plan, it doesn't mean that a plan has to be selected?
No, that is I'm gonna try and connect some dots here. You're already in the update year. The comprehensive year requires the 6 portfolios, right? And it requires a bunch of analysis on the 6 portfolios. Lots of outlined sensitivities and scenarios that we've done. When you go into an update year or years, depending on the utility, it recognizes that would be almost overwhelming to do that every year. So it says, update your base plan and then describe what happens to that base plan. And so all this is saying is in that base IRP, the base scenario in the IRP, that's the one that's going to get updated. And it's saying on that scenario, tell me all of those selected, what's happened, what's changed that. My load forecast is up or down 0.1%. Gas prices are up or down 5%. We see a decline in battery cost of 12%. It's saying what impacted that plan. And I view that subsection D to say the selected resource plan being the plan that was required to be updated from the comprehensive year as just a simple reference to that.
Okay, so your view is that when it says selected resource plan in the statute, it just means the base plan. Is that right?
I think it means the base scenario. If you actually read through the part that talks about what needs to be updated, I think it does mean the base scenario.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is that it's the company's view that when it's time to prepare an update, the update will include only an analysis of the impact of these various changes in planning assumptions on the plan A. Is that right?
We normally do it on plan A and B, or 2. With carbon being imminent, we always want to have that out there. We go, I think, above and beyond what might be required here, but we may actually be required to do it in North Carolina, so I don't want to overstate that. But we update the with and the without carbon based scenarios.
Okay. And let me ask you a question. I asked Mr. Kalimba about this the other day, and I'm not sure he quite knew, but when the update comes back, is it going to include just an assessment of how the change in assumptions affects the plan A that is set forth in the IRP, in this IRP? Is that right?
It will show the change in, as I said, in portfolio A and portfolio B. If, for example, we get a 50% decline in battery prices, it will pick more batteries in portfolio A and portfolio B.
Okay, thank you.
You're going to re-optimize. You're not freezing the plan and then just doing a sensitivity with the new inputs. You will fully re-optimize on the current gas prices, solar prices, battery prices, new load forecast. If we get new DSM and EE programs approved, those will go in, or new forecast up or down. Because again, I think, the act clearly says evaluate variables up and down. So we will put all of the changes and re-optimize for both those portfolios.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. So you do testify in rebuttal that to the extent the commission may identify deficiencies in the IRP, Duke should just be directed to assess them in the next update or the next full IRP. Is that right?
Yes, I do. I think I think I went over this in my summary a little bit, is, the practical reality is that the effort that went into this, if we now are doing a modified version of this while doing the update and planning for the comprehensive, I'm gonna have a team working on 3 IRPs at once. And in my opinion, unless there is a significant deficiency that the commission finds, which I do not believe to be the case, introducing that level of, across all parties, of administrative burden, cost for interveners, the company, the commission, to almost simultaneously be working on 3 IRPs, should really be reserved for a determination that there were significant flaws. I certainly never envisioned Act 62 as we were sitting around drafting it being something that we were just gonna, pull this modified, let's keep filing modified IRPs. That was always my interpretation, is that was gonna be for sufficient, very significant deficiencies. And I don't think that's the case with our IRPs.
Okay. But that's not what Act 62 says, right? It doesn't say that the commission shall direct a modified IRP only if there's significant deficiencies, right?
That's the commission's determination as how to interpret that. I'm just trying to outline for the commission that it becomes almost an untenable process to be in 3 IRPs at once for the company. We'll manage it. We'll do whatever the commission orders us to do. They have the authority. But it would involve significant administrative burden that you have to make that choice. Are you getting the bang for the buck out of that? Is it really that? Is it really required? So that's sort of where I stand on that.
Okay, thank you. So you'd agree that depending on how the commission, how the commission does its business in this docket, that the IRP update might have to include changes to Duke's modeling assumptions that are directed by the commission, right?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Or they could just ask for a sensitivity.
Okay. And that could result in changes to the plans themselves, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's sort of how the sequential process works, and it's happened for years, right? So you do it. We think you should either run an additional sensitivity next year, or could you include this in the IRP next time? And then you give the commission that sensitivity and that information in that following year. That's been my experience. That's not uncommon in the industry for commissions to say, we've reviewed your IRPs. There's infinite amount of information that could be requested in IRP. We think this piece of information, given the facts and circumstances of the marketplace at that time, are of interest. Include this in your next IRP, and then we will comply with that.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Snyder, you're aware that Act 62 provides that ORS shall review each annual update, but it doesn't say anything about whether other parties, such as the interveners here, would have the opportunity to review and comment on annual updates. Is that right?
Yeah, I think, and again, we're engaging with stakeholders constantly. It actually becomes somewhat difficult to have stakeholder engagement if we're perpetually in litigated proceedings. Mm-hmm. So I think there's good reason not to have stakeholder involvement in every filed IRP, or we would not be able to have the time and resources to get, in my opinion, to get together to do stakeholder engagement for the comprehensive, because we're all busy litigating each other in every year. I mean, it takes months to prepare this. I'm sure it took you a significant amount of time and resources. Took us a significant amount of time and resources. So I do think there's good reason to say the ORS and their technical consultant can ensure that the requirements of the update year were technically and accurately included as directed by the commission as the market has moved, and issue their report with the interveners having full opportunity in the comprehensive years. I think that was intentionally envisioned that way in the end.
Okay, so I take it that you would not agree that if the changes to the company's modeling assumptions or methods were implemented for the first time in an IRP update, that it would be appropriate for interveners other than ORS to have an opportunity to review and comment on those changes?
I think that's a determination for the commission, whether they want comments or not. I'm not opining on that. I just think full litigated proceedings can take significant time and resources, and and if they opine, then is the ORS supposed to opine on their opining? And I'll leave that to the commission. I think statute very clearly calls for full comprehensive IRPs to involve a wide range of stakeholders, and how the updates are dealt with administratively, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Snyder, I'd like to move on and talk a bit about natural gas forecasting and the way the company projected. You knew we were going to get here at some point.
Yes.
Well, first off, who does Duke purchase natural gas from for its combustion units in the normal course of business?
We buy our forward gas from a variety of our financial hedges that we do from a variety of. Are you talking about the 10-year purchases that I'm talking about?
No, I'm sorry. I'm referring to in the normal course of business. Where does Duke physically get its gas from?
I am not familiar with the names of all the suppliers that they buy physical gas from.
Okay. Well, just generally speaking, do you know where Duke physically gets its gas from? Who it buys it from?
There's a host of marketers and E&P, so I don't know if it's BP or, there's resellers of gas, the physical molecules that own those. There's several producers. I'm sure we have physical agreements with multiple producers. We put some of our gas into storage, so we're pulling physical molecules out of storage up and down the pipeline, and so there's a number of entities we deal with in the physical molecules.
Okay, so would you agree that it physically gets its gas from suppliers and marketers, basically, of gas?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you briefly, and I know it's complex, could you briefly describe how Duke prepares its natural gas projections for the IRP?
Yes, and we get market quotes from multiple institutions that sell forward gas hedges. So the same way we do in the normal course of business I just explained to you the physical molecules, but we also, in our fuel proceedings, hedge natural gas forward with financial instruments. So we have a hedging activity that makes sure that it smooths out any short-term volatility in any particular physical month. And so those financial institutions that we do our hedging as normal course of our procurement business, as a normal component of our fuel cases. We have a number of agreements with financial institutions to buy forward over-the-counter swaps that locks in the price of that natural gas into the future. And so we have those agreements in place. We get quotes for the next 10 years from three of them, fairly large volume quotes that are transactable. We make sure that those prices that the market is still liquid. So can we get multiple quotes? Are they willing and able sellers? Are they transactable? Are there narrow bid offer spreads? As long as we have a liquid market over that 10-year period, we use those quotes as the first 10 years of our natural gas price for the Henry Hub gas. And then we do a 4-year, it can be called 4 or 5. We transition to a fundamental forecast. IHS is our fundamental forecast provider. There's often the transition period. So year 11, 12, 13, 14, we do a linear interpolation so that by year 15, we're full fundamental forecast using IHS.
So,
Miss anything, Mr. Snowden?
well, I've got some follow-up questions, but basically, as I understand it, you base forecasts, and you tell me if I'm right, but you base your forecasts on what Duke refers to as market prices for years 1 to 10. Is that right?
Yeah, well, we can go out and buy gas for today. And when I say buy it today, you're not exchanging dollars today. You're just locking in the price today. So when I say I'm going to buy 10-year out gas in each and every year, that's just the price you're agreeing upon. You
Understood.
change dollars at the future date, right? So you lock in a market-based price today with an observable, transactable market for 10 years. And then as the market beyond that becomes less liquid, you rely more and more on fundamentals until you do full fundamentals in year 15.
All right. And Mr. Stein, we'll get into, I'm sure other people were not happy to hear this. We'll get into the nitty gritty, but I'm just trying to, at the outset, sort of establish kind of the high level structure. So just trying to keep it sort of simple. So for years 1 to 10, it's market prices, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then years 16 and onward, it's fundamental forecast, right?
15 and onward.
15 and onward, sorry. It's fundamental forecast.
Full. You blend 20% more of the fundamentals in each year starting in year 11. So 11, you're 20% fundamentals, 80% market, then you're 40%, 60, and you're 60, 40, and then 80, 20, and then 100% fundamentals by year 15.
Understood. So for years 11 to 15, you're essentially just drawing a line between.
You're doing a linear interpolation, it's called.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So in some sense, you are relying on, in whole or in part, you're relying on market prices through year 14. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I want to understand market prices because a question I have, is the company's approach to getting these market prices the same for every year over years 1 through 10, or is it different in certain years?
No, same. We get quotes regularly and we transact occasionally. So we get quotes on a monthly basis for a 10-year forward period from these, very credit worthy. I'm talking like the Merrill Lynch's, JP Morgan's, Bank of Montreal, some other global, these are global banks, big balance sheets that have forward commodity desks that are servicing a global, market. And we call 3 of them that we have agreements with. We have agreements with a lot more, but we don't bother all of them every time. But we do get 3 different quotes. We get them monthly, a couple times a year. We'll transact because we, quite frankly, we've been said you can't transact. So we transact small volumes just to show we're not that. These banks have to give us quotes that are transactable, but it's hard to get people to believe that they're transactable quotes, even though that's what they're obligated to give us in the financial world without transacting. So to demonstrate the transactability, mostly, we'll buy a couple times a year. We'll buy some 10-year contracts just to make that more demonstrable for proceedings like this.
Okay, so the sole purpose of actually buying those contracts is to demonstrate that they're real. Is that right?
That they're real, that they're liquid. Here's the institutions. Here's the, the agreements. It's it's not one's quoting you $3 and one's $4 and one's $4.50. These are pennies apart, which is a demonstration in a forward market of liquidity.
Okay.
Liquid market have very narrow, what's called bid offer spreads. And these have very narrow bid offer spreads across multiple sellers, which makes it, is another demonstration of liquidity.
Okay. And so Mr. Lucas testifies that the kinds of transactions you're talking about here are what's referred to as swaps. Is that right?
Yeah, OTC swaps.
Okay, OTC meaning over-the-counter swaps, is that right?
Yes, yeah,
Okay, and your testimony is that there's a robust market for these swaps, is that right?
that is my testimony. Yep.
Okay. It's an agreement between two parties to swap cash flows at some point in the future, is that right? Depending on how
Yes,
the
there's
actual,
sometimes
an actual
called-
price.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you,
No,
Mr.
no,
President.
yeah.
Let me let you finish your
let me
question. I
just-
apologize.
Well, I'll ask it again. No. So as I understand a swap, it's an agreement between two parties to swap cash flows at some point in the future. And the cash flows that are swapped will depend on how the actual price of a commodity compares to the projected price or the expected price by the parties. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's often called a fixed for float swap. So you agree upon a fixed price in the future, and then as price floats through time, as you approach delivery, you exchange cash flows. If I bought gas at $3 and it went to $4, then they owe me $1. If it goes to $2, I owe them $1.
Okay, so you and I might agree on a swap for a delivery of 1 barrel of oil in 10 years at $40 a barrel. And if we did that, I'd pay you $40, and then you at year 10, and you'd pay me the actual market price of a barrel of oil in 10 years. Is that sort of how it would work?
Yeah, I mean, $40 a barrel, and you sold that to me. You sold me $40 a barrel. If that barrel was $50 10 years from now, you would owe me $10. If that barrel was $30 10 years from now, I would owe you $10. So that's
Right.
where it's for float concept comes in.
Okay, thank you. So who gets paid depends on whether the market price is more or less than $40 in 10 years. Is that right?
It depends on how the market settles at that point in time. But when you have a bunch of willing buyers and sellers, the reason you have a liquid market, the reason that is, if there was a bias, let's say if the world thought oil was going to be $50 and you had willing buyers and sellers at 40, well, then the entire marketplace would come buy that $40. And so when you have a liquid transactable market, that is the market's expectation at that point in time of what the future price will be, or else you wouldn't have willing buyers and sellers coming together. I mean, if I had a fundamental curve that said $60 a barrel, but I have a robust $40 a barrel forward curve, which one is the better expectation of what the future price is? A bunch of people exchanging risk, buyers and sellers settling in on 40? Or an economist that 2 years ago thought OPEC was going to do something and make the oil $60? I would argue that willing buyers and sellers coming together at $40 is a better estimate of what that 10-year cost of oil is than an economist who had an opinion on OPEC a year, on a year-old study. So that's sort of my whole point in my testimony.
Okay, I appreciate all that, Mr. Schneider. Right now, I'm just trying to establish how a swap works.
So that's how willing buyers and sellers get together.
Okay. All right. So in that swap, though, nobody's actually buying a barrel of oil, are they?
They are hedging the barrel of oil, so it's a financial hedging instrument.
Right,
So
but I don't have to
right
take
prior
the
to
barrel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The way it works, as I understand it, is it does not set. You're not actually taking the barrel. You're settling that price. The buyer or the seller is exchanging cash, and then either the buyer or the seller, whoever's in or out of the money, they can then take that and go buy the physical barrel.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but they don't have to, right?
No, they don't have to.
Okay, so there's no physical delivery of oil involved in our swap, right?
No.
Okay, so in essence, when you and I enter into this swap for a barrel of oil, what we're doing is making a bet about the future price of a barrel of oil, right?
At the moment we enter into the swap, no one's making a bet. We're both agreeing that today's value is 40, but I'm hedging that it could, if I'm a producer, I might like the $40. I can, lock in my crews and sign up my wells. And if I'm someone who needs the oil to produce gasoline, I like $40. So we believe 40 is the fair price in the future. We transact at that price. If we had different views, we would never transact.
Well, if I thought gas was going to be, if I thought gas was going to be higher than $40 a barrel, I might want that transaction. And if you thought gas was going to be lower than $40 a barrel, you'd want that transaction as well, right?
Yeah, and all I'm saying is when you have a very narrow, what's called a bid offer spread, it means there are willing buyers and sellers that have that same close view. If there's a divergent view in the market and it's not liquid and people aren't agreeing on the price, then you want 30, I want 45, and it's a very wide bid offer spread. So that's what I mean by liquidity. And that's why I think it's the market's view at this point in time, what the future will be. And if there was a strong bias in the other direction, you wouldn't be able to purchase or sell.
Okay. And as you say, these 10-year swaps are OTC transactions, right?
Yes.
Okay. So over the counter. So that means there's not a public exchange, correct?
It's usually large institutions. Yes. So it's not, you have more retail, I think, on the exchange and large, but yeah, it's large buyers and sellers choosing over the counter swaps with financial institutions.
And these financial institutions, do they publish their pricing for these 10-year OTC swaps?
I think you have to call and get if you've got an agreement with them, they'll show you the market, and so will their competitor and their other competitor. So, and they're, so I don't know that they're published, but if it is the market, we make it, we call them up with quotes.
Okay. So you have to have an agreement with them just to get the pricing, right?
Yes, they're large volumes. You've got a trading desk. They're not selling to my kid's Robinhood account.
All right. And the actual costs at which the swaps are transacted is not public either, right?
We make it public. Once we buy it, we show the commission what we bought it at, and we show the bid ask. I mean, we'll in the context like this, we'll show it, what our 10-year price is.
Is that information made public?
Our 10-year price, I don't think we filed that confidentially. Of course, I was corrected earlier, so I want to make sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's made public.
Okay. But other parties to swaps don't necessarily publish the prices at which they transact those swaps, do they?
I don't know what other parties do.
Okay. What's the volume of gas swaps the company's actually contracted for say 2031?
We usually buy, and there was another witness that talked about it earlier. It might have been Mr. Lucas. We buy what's called 2,500 a day, which is 2,500 MMBTUs a day. And I think the witness said and we'll do that a couple of times a year. And so that is, and he said the equivalent of 15 megawatts of gas running around the clock. I like to convert that number into solar. So we buy about 50 megawatts worth of solar energy a couple times a year. But we buy them at 2,500 a day. But importantly, when we're getting our monthly quotes, we're getting transactable. I mean transactable. Like if we called them up and said we want to buy for 20 times that volume. Like we three different sellers that are willing to go 20 times that volume. And I could call, if I said yes to all three, I could buy 1,000 megawatts worth of solar by the end of the day, not a 18-month process, not a independent evaluator. I would simply pick up the phone, and by the end of the day, I would have the equivalent of 1,000 megawatts of solar. And you contrast that to an RFP process that takes 18 months and an independent evaluator where you end up with, 400 megawatts of solar. So, it is a very liquid market. I can buy way more gas, way quicker, way more efficiently at a much narrower bid offer spread than I can solar. So it is a extremely liquid market when compared to, and I use solar because solar in my IRP way of thinking is more of a fuel. It displaces fuel. I can burn fuel or I can, have solar put power to the grid. So the two are somewhat exchangeable. So it is, it's very liquid and it's very deep, especially relative to my other fuel types such as solar.
So Mr. Schneider, let me ask you this. You say you could call up everybody in the same day and tell all of the people you're getting quotes from that you want to buy 20 times as much gas. If you call the next day, you think the price, all those guys the next day, would the price be the same?
I don't know how many times I'd have to buy tremendous volumes from them before I could potentially move them. I only can tell you what we get transactable quotes for.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say the same thing, for the solar, which is only 20% of my bids clear. So if I want the next 20%, I'm going to pay significantly higher for solar. And if I want the next 20%, I'm going to pay significantly higher, because when we see how those bid processes come out, only a fraction of them are selected as winning. And then there's a whole bunch that get rejected because they're much more expensive. So that's an extremely illiquid and very wide range. So I couldn't buy more than a few hundred megawatts without moving the solar market, but I can buy 1,000 megawatts of gas with a call of a phone, and I've got witnesses coming in from out of town telling me I'm going to move the gas market. I've got an extremely liquid gas market and an extremely illiquid solar market, but the solar industry is telling me that gas is illiquid, and I'm supposed to ignore the fact that solar's totally illiquid. It really is. It's perplexing to me how with a straight face they can make that argument.
Mr. Schneider, you are free to give whatever answers that you want to here, but I'm trying to ask fairly specific. I'm trying very hard to ask specific questions, and it may help us move things along if you try to stay.
As you can tell, they filed 100 pages on this. I filed 20 pages on this. This is one of the more central issues. This issue has been debated for 6 years in cases. This has risen to the federal level at FERC, and parachuting in and trying to sort of take us back 6 years has me perplexed, as you can see by the number of pages both parties have filed in this. So I apologize for my maybe my overly enthusiastic responses.
I understood you have probably spent an awful lot of time thinking about this issue.
Gentlemen, let's take a break. We're in recess until 11 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're back at the Public Service Commission of South Carolina in dockets number 2019-224E and 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners Caston, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Powers, Thomas, and Irvin. I was approached by some of my colleagues regarding the length of cross-examination. I'm not so inclined to ask a party to speed through their presentation, but just wanted to know how much longer this will go on, Attorney Snowden, in terms of your plan when you plan this out.
Mr. Chairman, I have to confess I do have a fair amount of questioning left for Mr. Snyder. I've tried to trim it down, and I'm trying to keep my questions pretty focused. But I certainly have at least an hour left, and to be honest, it does sort of depend on the length of the responses.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Irvin?
with all due respect, and I think all the attorneys have done a fine job, but unfortunately, we are limited in our schedule this week. Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, we have to finish this case by Wednesday afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we can't go any further. And we don't want to continue it past this week for time constraints. We have other cases that have already been set for hearing. So, don't forget that we're reading the testimony that's been filed, both direct, redirect, rebuttal, weighs out rebuttal. So give us some credit for reading and listening, but please don't wear out our patience, because I've presided over death penalty trials where cross-examination didn't go 2 hours. It's unreasonable. So we're asking you, we don't want to constrain you, but this particular cross is dragging. And so I want you to be aware of that, and let's pick up the pace. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So we, according to your cross-examination preparation plan, Attorney Snowden, you have about another hour left, depending on the answers to the questions. Do any of the other clean energy interveners plan to cross-examine Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Spear, Vote Solar.
Yes, sir.
Vote Solar will have questions, but be very brief. 5 minutes.
All right. Attorney Thompson, I see you turned your camera on. Do you have cross-examination for this witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Gudrun Thompson for Coastal Conservation League et al. I do have a fair amount of, I hesitate to give a time estimate. I would hope I could get through it in half an hour, but as I'm not trying to be, glib, but it does sometimes depend. I mean, if I can get a yes or no answer, that's terrific. We can go really fast. I have a fair amount, not as much as Mr. Snowden. I would guesstimate a half an hour, hour tops.
Okay. All right. Well, you all heard from members of the commission. I would hope that you could work the comments into your plan as much as possible. Again, we want to give the parties the opportunity to fairly try their case without replowing old ground. All right, Attorney Snowden, if you would, sir, please continue.
Yes, sir. And Commissioner Irvin, I appreciate the admonition, and will do my best to move this along as quickly as I can.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Snyder, going back to the company's purchase of OTC swaps, just to be clear, Duke has not actually contracted for the physical delivery of any natural gas in 2031, has it?
No,
Okay. And these OTC swaps are strictly financial instruments, is that right?
they are.
Okay. And you get them from financial institutions and not from gas suppliers, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So they're not being used to lock in prices, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay.
Just because they don't, what happens is it then locks in that physical price. You flip out of the financial into the physical, and the two together lock in that price. So if I buy $3 natural gas for 2031 in a financial swap, and the gas market is $2 in 31, I don't get to buy $2 gas. I get to buy $2 physical gas, and then I have to pay my financial swap dealer $1, and I do a physical swap from a financial into a physical. So you flip into a physical, and the two together lock in the price that you locked in. So it is actually the price you get for those physical volumes. You just don't, the delivery parties are different.
Understood. So the effect is to lock in the price for that small volume of gas that you've got an OTC swap for, but Duke has to pay or get paid regardless of whether any gas is bought or sold 10 years out, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to talk briefly about why. Well, let me ask a quick question. You testify that Duke may be, the companies may be somewhat unique in purchasing of 10-year forward natural gas swaps. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Are you aware of any other utility that purchases 10-year swaps, 10-year OTC swaps on natural gas?
I'm aware of one, only one other that I'm not. It's a friend I know in the industry, so I'm not allowed to say, and if that's not admissible, that's fine. But my personal knowledge is one. And secondly, and I think this is a very important point you mentioned, is somewhat unique. And I'm not sure how much I went into this in my testimony. I'll try and be brief. We're unique in this because the 6-year history led us to this. We didn't go 10 years until we started seeing how many 10-year fixed obligations were being made. Fixed obligations to the solar industry was supposed to be being done at a but-for price that you can buy gas for. We said, is there market liquidity out there? We discovered there was. And so over this 6-year history, we have been pricing gas the way we do so that we have an equivalent pricing for solar. No one else in the industry, to my knowledge, has had the amount of purpose solar at this length of contract that led to such a significant overpayment. So that unique nature of us using this gas curve, I make no bones about it. It's because we started discovering this gas price curve in relation to the solar contracts that we were entering into to ensure we were doing fair and difference pricing. So it is unique. I do know of one other utility that does it. It was driven by the overpayment risk with fixed price solar contracts.
Okay. So I'm sorry, for the other utility you mentioned, is it your understanding that it was also driven by concern about payments to QFs?
No, I think they just thought it was a attractive way to smooth prices.
Okay. Do any of Duke's affiliated companies purchase 10-year OTC swaps?
I do not know.
Oh, you don't know whether Duke, Florida, Indiana, Ohio, or Kentucky purchases a 10-year OTC swap?
I am guessing they do not. They do not have the same purpose structure we have, and they do not enter into the long-term prices in the manner that we do.
Okay. So going back to what you've been talking about, Duke started using 10-year OTC swaps to project, well, they started using OTC swaps to project gas prices in avoided cost dockets in North Carolina, right?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to about 2014, Duke used fundamental forecasts to project gas prices. Is that right?
No, we always use the market. It was just as, I think, as, you know, that's why I said we're sort of going back. I feel like I'm in 2014. We used to use a shorter term NYMEX curve, I believe. and not start like day one with fundamentals. If I remember correctly, it is subject to check. But I believe, if I remember correctly, we used maybe 3 years of NYMEX and then fundamentals. And again, I do say subject to check, but I don't think we ever started with fundamentals from day one, to my knowledge.
Okay. And using 3 years of NYMEX is a pretty industry standard, followed by fundamentals, is a pretty industry standard approach to gas forecasting.
I would say there's probably more people doing that than using 10, but I would also say there's no one else in the industry that has as much exposure to fixed price, other, alternate fuel. Like we have an alternate fuel in solar, and I think that's what led us to it. And you're probably right, Mr. Snowden. Had we not had the development of that, we may not have dug into looking into liquidity for a but-for price that's a fair but-for price, which the commission will hear a lot more about in the purpose proceeding.
So Duke started, so just to be clear, Duke started using these market-based projections in avoided cost dockets to protect customers from what Duke's referred to as overpayment risk. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so Duke did not start doing this in any IRP proceeding initially, right?
Like I said, we a short term in the IRP. We went to 10 years in 2015 is my testimony. And we've done that in the IRP proceeding 10 years for the last 6 IRP filings in both North and South Carolina for both DEC and DEP. And as I said in my opening statement, the North Carolina Utility Commission has accepted it for IRP for that 6-year, or for the last 6 IRPs have accepted the 10 years.
Has that issue been litigated in those North Carolina IRP dockets?
It's been commented on, yes. I mean, parties have submitted substantial comments and on both sides, and the commission, I think I read in my summary, I won't go back and reread it for time, but I think the commission quoted in a couple of it that they find good evidence that reliance on fundamentals has resulted in significant overpayment risk to customers. And as such, I think that was the avoided cost docket, but the commission has agreed with us in the IRP and in the avoided cost. We do have a slight difference, and I'm sure we'll talk about it. But in the IRP, we've used 10 years for the last 6 IRP filings, and the commission has never directed us to do otherwise.
Okay. So the purpose of using these 10-year OTC swaps to project natural gas prices is to protect customers from overpayments to QFs. Is that right?
It's one purpose of it. That's certainly what got us into it. We do end up then buying some, which then serves a second purpose, which is a gas hedge in your gas book. So these are OTCs that we own, and you do have that secondary benefit of them. But yes.
Mr. Snyder, if it's a benefit to hedge that amount of gas 10 years out, why doesn't the company purchase significant quantities of those 10-year OTC swaps?
I'm glad we don't, because had we purchased them 5 years ago when they were available, not only would we have a $2 billion obligation to solar that's out of the money, we would have a bunch of natural gas hedges that are out of the money. So we could have added several more $1 million to the gas. So it's a recognition that you don't buy all of your gas at one point in time. You buy systematically over time to hedge. And the further out in time you go, generally you buy smaller volumes because the world can change in ways you can't imagine the further out you go in time. So what, $6 gas in 2030 would have been unthinkably good just a few years ago, and now it's $3. So I could have bought a whole bunch of $6 gas, and had I done that, now my gas hedges would be out of the money to go along with my solar out of the money. So you buy less volume the further you go out in time. And so our hedging program decreases volume as you go out in time.
Mr. Snyder, is this an avoided cost docket?
It had a link to the avoided cost, and I think that link was not clear, and I want to make sure it is clear.
Okay, so is the company's view that the same methodology for projecting natural gas prices that is approved by the commission in this docket should also be used in the avoided cost docket?
As I've said in my, so we're trying to drive consistency to the two. We will, I'm sure, re-engage in this discussion. I think it's important to re-engage in this discussion in the avoided cost if we want to go in a different direction, because I think this is a very important point. It would be very, there are going to be other facts and circumstances and evidence and law that's going to get discussed in an avoided cost docket that need to be heard before the commission would say, let's say the commission said for IRP purposes, we want 5 years. But if the commission then said, I want that 5 years to apply to avoided cost, they haven't had a chance to hear the history behind PURPA. They haven't had a chance to hear how FERC 872 has revamped PURPA because of the risk associated with long-term contracts. So there's a whole separate set of facts and circumstances that even led the FERC, North Carolina legislation, South Carolina legislation, all, both states and the federal regulations have recognized the risk of long-term fundamental prices. You mentioned the $9 billion hole in the ground. As a planner, one big contributing factor was 10 years ago, EIA said gas was going to be astronomically expensive. If I was a planner and I knew gas was $3, I wouldn't have embarked on a nuclear plant. So the very issue you're arguing here is a contributing factor to your $9 billion hole. And so I do think the facts and circumstances in PURPA will be theirs, and the facts and circumstances in this case are here. And we're trying to link the two.
So if I can just paraphrase your answer, maybe not. Is that the answer you gave to the question?
Maybe not, unless the commission unless the commission says thou shall, and they don't want to hear any more evidence on this in the PURPA case, then it'll be linked. But in my opinion, they're not linked. There can be differences.
Okay, thank you. So what we're doing here, though, is not setting avoided cost rates, correct?
We are trying to establish a consistent methodology, but yes, we are not setting them here.
Okay, what we're doing here in this docket is long-term resource planning, right?
Right.
Okay, and you have testified that the company thinks it should rely on the IRP for, in other dockets, such as, in other contexts, such as determining the cost effectiveness of certain programs, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so cost effectiveness of energy efficiency may be determined by the resource plan in a resource portfolio selected in this docket, right?
It may.
Okay, and the cost effectiveness of DSM programs might be set or might be judged by that same resource portfolio?
It may.
Okay, and if the company seeks approval to build a new CT, for example, the resource plans that would be approved in the IRP docket would be an input in that decision, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Snyder, would you agree, though, that at least in the context of this IRP proceeding, well, I'm sorry, let me ask one more question. Mr. Kalemba testified the other day that he was not aware that any new QF contracts had been signed under the company's current avoided cost rates. Is that right?
I believe I remembered hearing him testify to that.
Okay, and the company has emphasized the need to move away from the traditional PURPA construct towards a competitive procurement-based approach to procuring new solar. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Snyder, wouldn't you agree that at least in the context of this IRP proceeding, that Duke should be less concerned about new long-term QF contracts and more concerned about ensuring that it's using the most reliable natural gas projections for resource planning decisions?
No, I think, my testimony is pretty clear that the most reliable I stated over and over in my testimony, when you have a visible market, the only reason other utilities don't do it is they don't have exposure. Their hedging programs or their fixed price contracts don't go out that far. So they just it's not become a germane issue for them. But in the presence of a transactable market, to use a fundamental forecast in lieu of a liquid market just isn't good business practice, not even allowed in accounting practices or risk management practices. So I don't know why I would use it in an IRP. But that's, I think we just agree to disagree on that.
But pretty much everybody else uses fundamental forecasts in their long-term resource planning, correct?
I think I testified to, I know of one other utility that does do hedging further out in time. I can't speak to all the utilities in the country. I told you what I think is appropriate.
Okay, but would you agree that concerns about new long-term QF contracts should not decide the way that cost effectiveness of an EE program is assessed?
I want to see as much EE as we can get. Might cut my teeth in EE, but it still needs to be evaluated against the value it's being provided. So if you can buy natural gas in 7 years from now for $3, you don't pretend it's $6 just to make EE cost effective in the presence of a liquid market. My opinion is you evaluate it against that liquid market price.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'm just trying to streamline my questions here. Just very briefly, Mr. Snyder, we talked about fundamental forecasts. The company does get fundamental forecasts, correct?
It does?
Okay, it purchases them from IHS Markit?
Yes.
Okay,
and we have access to EIA, AEO.
Okay, but the IHS Markit forecasts aren't cheap, are they?
I am not in there. I don't know what they cost.
Understood. So for what purposes does the company use those fundamental forecasts?
I told you how I understand them to be used in the Carolinas. I don't know how else they're used.
Well, how are they used in the Carolinas then?
In the IRP proceedings, we use the IHS forecast as our fundamental. And again, we run sensitivities on that, high and low gas sensitivities, but that is our fundamental forecast that we use. I believe, and I will say this subject to check, I believe it's actually above the EIA, AEO. So I think we're actually using higher, longer term fundamentals. A lot of times EIA might be lagging. I think IHS might be lagging EIA this time. So those are the two fundamentals I'm aware of.
Okay, understood. But the company spends money on fundamental forecast from IHS Markit. The question is, how does it, aside from use in the IRP here, how does the company use those forecasts?
I think they are likely used in other areas of the business. I don't know how other people, I know we have a corporate license for that, Mr. Snowden.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure who we have 30,000 people in the company. I don't know who might use them for what other purposes. I apologize. I know how we use them for avoided cost. I know how we use them for the IRPs, and that's my exposure to them. I am not familiar. I cannot speak to how others in the company may use those forecasts.
Okay, so you have no idea how anybody else in Duke uses fundamental forecasts outside of resource planning?
I do not have the details of how Piedmont Natural Gas might use it or anybody else in the organization. I don't have the details of it.
Okay, so you don't know whether the company relies on those forecasts to project cash flows?
I do not.
Okay, all right.
I will say they are used, I'm sorry, Mr. Snowden, I want to be open with you, that they are used on our when we do enter into positions, there's a mid-office function that, I think when we see how the value, we put 10 years of market into our mid-office risk management function. They may use that to go beyond the 10 years as well, but I'm just not sure exactly how.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Snyder, you testify about the North Carolina Commission's recent rulings on Duke's gas projections. And just to be clear, it's not your testimony that the North Carolina Commission has endorsed the approach the companies used, the exact approach the companies used in the IRP here, has it?
In the IRP proceedings?
Let me ask that another way. So
Yes, I think they have.
Well, so what the company is doing to project gas prices here is 10 years of market prices, transition over 4 or 5 years to fundamental prices starting in 4. Okay, right. But the North Carolina Commission has never approved that exact approach, has it?
Yeah, this is the approach we use in our IRP for the last 6 IRPs.
Okay, well, you talked about the sub 148 avoided cost order. The North Carolina Commission did not approve this approach in its avoided cost orders, did it?
No, it did not in the avoided cost order.
Okay, so for example, in the sub 148 docket that you talk about, Duke had proposed to rely on 10 years of market prices, and the commission found it appropriate to allow the company to rely on market prices for only 8 years. Is that right?
Yeah, I think others are arguing for 5. We were arguing for 10. I don't think it was a very big issue in that proceeding because the legislature in North Carolina has restricted 10-year contracts to 1 megawatt and under. And so it just, quite frankly, was where this was the focus of prior IRP avoided cost proceedings. There were a bunch of other issues, and in my opinion, I think I used the word settled on 8, and because of legislative changes in North Carolina, it made this issue much smaller than it was prior to the legislative changes.
Okay. But the commission held in that order that it had concerns about the liquidity of markets with respect to 10-year futures, and so that it found it not appropriate to rely on market prices any further than 8 years, didn't it?
I can't, I'll subject to check if I don't know what their rationale. I know they stated they had concern with reliance on market or on fundamentals in the presence of a market, and whether they made the determination that 8 was a good settlement and used liquidity for years 9 and 10 as a concern they may have. I'll agree with you. And if you want to put it on the screen,
all right,
you're welcome to.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll try to move this quickly. I'll go ahead and share it. Okay. Is this, and we don't think we need to have this this marked. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I would request that the commission take judicial notice of the order establishing standard rates and contract terms for qualifying facilities issued by the North Carolina Commission in docket number E100 sub 148. But I'm happy to introduce this as another hearing exhibit if the commission would like.
Mr. Chairman, the companies have no objection to the commission taking judicial notice if it's its preference. I think the order, I'm familiar with it. It is what this is no preference. So it's the commission's preference.
All right, notice is taken. Mr. Snowden, if you would enlarge that document for us, please.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Snyder, you see this is the sub 148 order that we've been talking about?
I do.
Okay, all right. And we'll scroll down here a bit so that you see these are the commission's findings of fact. And that you see the commission made the finding here that it's appropriate for DEP and DEC to use forward natural gas prices for no more than 8 years before switching to fundamental forecast data. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. And let's, I'll move down and you can see we're on page 77 of that order. And the commission held here that it shared the concerns expressed by the public staff that 10-year futures are less liquid, so as based on existing transactions in the market, so as to authorize exclusive reliance on them as advocated by Duke. Is that the commission's holding there?
Yeah, I think I referenced earlier, I think the public staff was advocating for 5 and the commission settled on 8.
Okay, and the commission went on to say that it's satisfied that at the present time, the number of such transactions is sufficiently fewer to prevent the commission from relying completely on this method for establishing any energy prices in this case. Is that the commission's holding?
Yeah, at that point in time, I would note we've transacted several times since then.
Okay, well, Mr. Snyder, is it the case that in the subsequent of what it costs proceeding, E100 sub 158, Duke again proposed to use 10 years of natural gas futures, and the commission rejected that request?
Just want to get my years right. I believe so.
Okay.
That wasn't even, actually, it wasn't a contested issue in 158. We didn't. We ordered it. We were. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm trying to remember 158, Mr. Snowden, and so to move this along, I will agree with you, and we can sort it out after the fact on the
Okay.
in our motion what was done in each of the orders.
Okay,
So,
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, and we're just about done here with gas prices. I appreciate the commission's patience, especially, and your endurance. So Mr. Lucas recommends using 18 months of market-based prices, an 18-month transition period, and reliance on a fundamentals-based forecast after that. Is that right?
he does.
Okay, and that is the approach that Dominion, North Carolina takes to projecting its gas prices, isn't it?
I do not know.
Okay, well, do you recall this Dominion's use of gas prices being an issue in that sub 148 docket?
We had separate dockets, as I recall. I'm trying to remember how much theirs was. I don't know. I do not recall. I'll agree with you. Subject.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Is the approach recommended by Mr. Lucas, would you agree that the approach recommended by Mr. Lucas is a reasonable approach to projecting gas prices in the IRP context?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. Okay, I would like to, I would ask that CCBA's cross-examination exhibit 2 be marked for identification. And I believe I shared this by email with the parties and with Mr. Snyder.
Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association cross-examination exhibit 2 will be marked for identification purposes.
Okay, and I see that in the email that I just sent out that a few minutes ago, that it only included 3 and 4. I apologize for that. I will send around exhibit 2 so everyone has it again. And Mr. Snyder, just if you can tell me when you receive that.
I can see it if you could blow it up, Mr. Snowden.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, we'll start at the beginning here. This is, you see where it says E100 sub 148 testimony of John R. Hinton, public staff.
Yes.
NCUC. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And you recall Mr. Hinton provided testimony on this issue?
I do.
Sub 148. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that CC of a cross-examination exhibit 2 be entered into evidence as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Snowden, is that March 28th, 2017 on that?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Can you see that?
I think that's germane.
Okay.
In that, this has been an evolution, and I'll be brief, but this issue has evolved since 2017. Mr. Hinton, I believe, was overruled in that, and it's come even further since then, but, I mean, I just point out the date on that.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, has the exhibit been accepted to be entered into evidence, or are you still reviewing that?
I was just waiting for Mr. Snyder to finish his commentary. So Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association cross-examination, Exhibit 2, will be entered into the record as hearing Exhibit 43.
Okay, all right, and I'll just use this very briefly. Mr. Snyder, do you see here where it says, and this is on page 32 of Mr. Hinton's testimony, where it asks if DNCP, meaning Dominion North Carolina Power, incorporates forward price data in developing its long-term forecasts?
I see that, yep.
Okay. And would you agree, based on what's mentioned in this exhibit, that Dominion North Carolina did at that time use 18 months of forward prices blended with a fundamental price forecast over the following 18 months to develop its long-term forecasts?
4 years ago, they did.
Okay, all right. And that's the approach that was recommended by Mr. Lucas, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would at this time ask to have CC of a cross-examination Exhibit 4 marked for identification.
Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association cross-examination Exhibit 4 will be marked for identification purposes.
Okay. And Mr. Snyder, do you see this document here? This is the transcript of the sub 148 proceeding. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this appears to be the transcript of that hearing that you delivered testimony at. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'd like to direct your attention to this is the bottom of page 105 of this transcript. And this is I'll zoom out a little bit. Does this appear to be your testimony on the issue of gas forecasting from that proceeding?
I will accept that, subject to check.
Okay, and do you see at the bottom of
I'm sure it is.
okay, thank you. You see at the bottom of the page on line 24, the question is to you do you agree that DNCP's approach relies on the shorter term use of forward prices before blending the values to transition to their fundamental forecast? You see that?
Yeah, if you could make it larger, but I do see it. It's just a slightly blurred document. Thank you.
And by DNCP's approach, we're talking about the approach that Mr. Lucas has recommended here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where you were asked whether that approach is reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. And you see that your response is reasonable maybe for IRP planning. Was that your response?
I need to read the whole response to put it in context. Excuse me.
Sure.
No, could you scroll the?
Sure. Would you up? Let's see if I can enable scrolling then. Is that large enough for you to see the?
Yeah, I think that the part, if you read down on that, I don't know if I misspoke or the court reporter got it or what, but if I think I'd go down further to say I don't think it's reasonable. Reasonable for maybe, I go down to line 12. I don't think it's appropriate to set long-term rates based on a particular estimate of many spot prices when you have a transactable forward market.
So, Mr. Snyder, it appears to me that what you testified to the North Carolina Commission was that it would be inappropriate to set long-term avoided cost rates based on fundamental forecasts. Is that right? I'm sorry. That's not what you said. That you testified that it would be inappropriate to use the Dominion approach to setting long-term avoided cost rates. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
I did characterize that as my testimony. And
Okay.
again, 4 years ago, I don't know the broader context on page 106. I would have to read the whole thing.
Okay.
I
Well,
spoke in that one. I do not agree with the fact that it should be an 18-month for IRP planning.
okay. Well, feel free to read the rest of the exhibit if it helps.
But it is what it is, and you're free to put it in the record, Mr. Snowden. I'm telling you what my position is today.
Okay, so you disagree with your testimony from that date that it would be reasonable to use the Dominion approach for IRP planning.
When that said, reasonable for maybe IRP planning in the context of a multi-hour hearing, how I spoke that in the broader context, I do not know. I am telling you, as I sit here today, I do not believe using 18 months of market and an 18-month transition is appropriate for IRP planning.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you'll I'll beg your indulgence for a moment. I just want to make sure I've covered this topic so we can move on. Okay, Mr. Snyder, I'd like to talk about how the company modeled solar resources in its optimization analysis.
Okay.
As Mr. Columba discussed, the company's model, the optimization model, included an assumption, included as an assumption in the model, the solar that Duke is already getting through PERPA PPAs, the existing CPRE program, and the GSA programs, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the company, but the company didn't consider in the model whether it would be in the best interest of ratepayers to procure additional solar from third parties, did it?
When you say third parties, are you asking, did we put in an RFP price? Let me back up.
Yeah.
Third parties, I think this is foundational. I think we're getting there in this case, but the purpose of a base case isn't who owns it. It's not Duke or third party. We use our cost of capital as a consistent cost of capital metric to use against all resources as a placeholder to ensure we're being consistent across all of them. We don't assume that the model picks solar and because we used our WACC that it's Duke-owned solar. We simply said the model, to be consistent, needs to look at cost to construct an array of resources. And part of that cost to construct is a cost of capital or a debt to equity ratio, your WACC. We use the companies and then we look at all of the resources, including solar, to say which mix of these, when you compare them on an apples to apples basis, gets selected. So when it could be third party, it's just being analyzed at a cost of capital.
Understood.
It's a
Thank you.
distinct issue from did we put in a PPA price? And so I just want to make sure that's the fundamental purpose of your base case, is to start with an equivalency across all asset types.
Thank you for clarifying that. So the model, when it considered whether to add solar to the resource portfolio, it assumed that all solar would, the cost of that solar would be the same as the company's cost to construct solar.
It was a cost to construct approach compared to the cost to construct all the other resources.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yes,
But you would agree, Mr. Schneider, wouldn't you, that the company is currently getting solar from third-party providers at costs that are significantly lower than that capital cost, wouldn't you?
I think I've outlined in my testimony that for the 20-year price, that those costs are difficult to compare to a full ownership cost in my testimony, and there are, you know, the year it comes into service is different, the tail end risk is different, the terms and conditions are different. But I do, you know, I do know we're getting some amount of solar, and again, I spoke earlier, at different price levels, yes, for 20.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you. Well, when you say some amount of solar, at the very least, the average CPRE prices for tranche 1 and tranche 2 are both significantly lower than that capital cost, aren't they?
Well, I think explained, it's really important to understand that was the average of the winning bids based on the facts and circumstances in that bid process. That's an 18-month bid process. By the time you go from start to finish, you get a certain amount that win, and that's maybe 20% of the bids, and 80% don't get selected. They were too expensive. And then this is the midpoint. So the price that we keep quoting is right here. By economic theory, I can't buy anymore at that price at that point in time, because the next winning bid was above it, and then there were a bunch of bids above that didn't get selected. So yes, that was the average bid price for that set of resources at that point in time. That was the average winning bid price.
Understood. Thank you.
But that's my whole point about liquidity.
Okay. So, but there was a cap on bid prices for tranche 1 and tranche 2 that was equal to the company's 20-year awarded cost projections, wasn't there?
Yes.
Okay. And wouldn't you agree that for tranche 2, those capital costs quoted by Duke are above that awarded cost cap? Aren't they?
I do not know. I haven't done that math.
Okay, so you don't know what the cost cap was for CPRE tranche 2?
I haven't done the cost cap comparison to the cost to build and done any adjustments for decommissioning costs and backouts and all of that. I haven't done the math you're asking for.
Okay, so if I told you that the company's capital cost assumptions were higher than the avoided cost cap for tranche 2, you wouldn't have a reason to disagree with me, would you?
I wouldn't have a reason to go either way, but I will.
Okay.
Well, we'll move it along, and I'll just say.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. ORS identified this as a problem with the IRP, though, didn't it? And I'm sorry, let me back up. ORS identified the fact that Duke did not model solar at costs reflecting the company's actual cost to procure from third parties in the IRP. It identified that as a problem with the modeling, didn't it?
So you said Duke. Did you mean Dominion, Mr. Snug?
No, I mean, I'm sorry. Did I say Dominion?
Yeah.
Duke.
I don't know. The minute we were talking about Dominion, then Duke. So I thought we were talking about the Dominion case. Now are we talking about ours? I'm sorry.
Well, let me just I'll ask this. So Mr. Collin, ORS's witness, testified. Okay,
Yep.
Mr. Collin testified that the assumed capital cost for solar resources in the IRP is higher than that was found in other sources that were available. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And he said that this may have affected the amount of solar that was selected economically in the model, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And then the report prepared for ORS also notes that the actual cost of solar resources procured in CPRE tranche 2 is far lower than the cost of capital assumed by Duke in the model, right?
Yes, that was his position. Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that in this, now I'm going to talk about Dominion for a moment, would you agree that in its IRP order for Dominion, the commission held that the solicitation of solar and or storage resources via a competitive solicitation has the potential to create opportunities for ratepayer savings by allowing the utility to procure energy from such resources more cheaply than it can generate it?
Subject to check. Yes.
Okay. And do you agree with that finding?
I think I do not know the facts and circumstances of that case, but that is the commission's, you know, and I think I point out in my summary that the facts and circumstances here are a little bit different. You know, Dominion did not have the benefit of actually knowing the details of, you know, the CPRE tranche 1 and 2. They proactively modeled as I understand it, PPAs in their base case as opposed to outside as a sensitivity to say what level would it get selected. So the Dominion down a lot of paths that I would not have gone down as a modeler in that one. And so I don't know all the specific facts and circumstances of that case. And the commission's order can be absolutely correct in that case. And, you know, we're going to discuss here some facts and circumstances that I think are more appropriate in this case. And hopefully we can find some middle ground.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schneider, would you agree that Duke has an obligation, at the very least, to investigate whether there are opportunities for ratepayer savings from competitive procurements?
I think we have a CPRE docket open to do that, or investigation.
Do you agree that Duke has an obligation to conduct that investigation in its IRP docket?
No, I think in the IRP, and investigate, tell me what you're asking is an obligation of the company in the context of an IRP, Mr. Snow.
Does Duke, when Duke's doing its resource planning, does Duke have an obligation to investigate whether there are opportunities for ratepayer savings that might come from competitively procuring solar resources or other resources?
You know, I think there's the IRP, then you have separate market activity that happens after the IRP. There can be CPRE, there can be PURPA, there can be competitive procurement solicitations for all types of resources that generally happen outside of an IRP docket. And I think it's really important because solar's not, this is CPRE and some bids for solar is not the only instance where you might be able to get, you know, in a competitive procurement, we might have natural gas that we've procured at below the cost of capital. We have Lincoln CT, one of the state-of-the-art combustion turbines going in up on Lake Norman that the development company gave us a fantastic price on that in exchange for doing some extended R&D. I didn't take that very discounted price for a gas turbine and put it in my IRP. I've done gas over my years, gas RFPs for gas turbines, and they come in cheaper than a cost to build. But I didn't put it as an option in the resource plan to select. Much in the same way, I didn't take a select number of specific solar and put it in as a base case because that market was very thin and it was based on that point in time. Now, so in that respect, I don't think you want to start mixing various RFPs as apples to apples across all of your resources, because then this proceeding turns into a debate over was this RFP real or was that one, and why I should include this price, but I shouldn't include that price. I was thinking about this over the weekend, but I do think it's appropriate as a way to find middle ground on this, to say, what if? So if I have this set of a base case portfolio and I said, what if I had a tranche of solar at 36, 38, 40, you know, a reasonable number of tranches that don't create an unreasonable modeling solution, to run a separate sensitivity on that portfolio and say, how much gets selected? How much of this level at these prices gets selected in reasonable sized blocks that sort of represent that market is not infinitely deep. So I don't mean to go too far. I just know it's a big issue. Thought a lot about it over the weekend, and I tried to just be clear with you. I think there is a role to evaluate solar in IRPs. It's not necessarily, when you say it's going to be a selectable resource in your base case, it's like it's there for certain. Like you have good data, it's known that you could replicate it. It's known that market is deep. So it's more appropriate as a sensitivity. And as middle ground and trying to work towards how do we address this issue, I think you can model purchases to say, are they cost effective at a given price as a sensitivity? To assume they're going to be there, it is really is subject to the particular terms and conditions. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Schneider, yes, I'm going to ask you again, please, having heard Commissioner Irvin's admonition.
Yeah, I'm trying
please
to
try
find
keep
middle
your
ground for us,
answers.
Mr.
Yeah.
Snowden.
Right. Well, I understand that. I know you think about this a lot, but if we can please try to keep our answers a little more close to the question asked, I think we'll
I apologize. I'll do my best.
Thank you. So Duke did not model in its IRP the possibility of procuring any solar for any purpose at costs lower than the company's own capital costs, correct? Outside of the solar that was forced in the model.
You said possibility. We did not run the sensitivity. We did not run a sensitivity with a possible market purchase.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned a few minutes ago the procurement docket. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, all right. And you're aware that the commission held a hearing in that generic procurement docket back in March, right?
I am.
Okay. And Duke participated in that hearing, correct?
I understand we did.
And did you review Duke's testimony in that hearing, or did you watch the hearing?
To watch, I was not able to. I think I had a conflict.
Okay. Do you recall that Mr. George Brown provided testimony in that hearing?
I do know Mr. Brown provided testimony.
Did you ever read Mr. Brown's testimony?
I may have seen an early draft of it, but I think we were pretty busy with this case and other matters. So I can't say, and I'm not trying to be elusive. I can't say that I've read his final draft. I think I got on some other things.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, and we are getting close to the end here. I would like to have marked for identification CC of a cross-examination exhibit 5.
Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association cross-examination exhibit 5 will be marked for identification purposes.
Mr. Snyder, did you receive a copy of this by email?
If I did, I'm sorry. I have not been checking my email very these days.
Okay, well, we can look at this here, but it might be helpful for you to have that. And this is, I'll represent this is an excerpt of the direct testimony of George V. Brown for Duke in docket number 2019-365E. That's the procurement docket. Okay.
Attorney Snowden, if you would enlarge that document for us, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And Attorney Snowden, did you intend to introduce cross exhibit 4 into evidence?
I did, sir. I apologize for neglecting to do that. I would ask now that cross exhibit 4 be entered into evidence.
Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association cross exhibit 4 be entered into the record as hearing exhibit 44.
Thank you. And while we're at it, Mr. Chairman, unless there's an objection, I would ask that this cross exhibit 5 be entered into evidence as the next hearing exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Snowden, I would note that I do not freeze, at least myself, it does look to be what you represented it to be. So if it's going to be very limited cross and just focus on this aspect of Mr. Brown's pre-filed testimony in another case and before the commission, I think we're okay with that. But it's something that Mr. Snyder would, I would not.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Breitford, I couldn't quite hear you, but
neither could we. I'm not sure if there's something going on with the connection, but most of that was inaudible.
I think Mr. Chairman, I think he may have been saying he did not receive that by email. I just sent that around.
That's correct. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes.
Very good. That's correct. But I was also saying that if Mr. Snyder can review Mr. Brown's testimony on the screen and respond to the questions, and they're limited in scope and doesn't need the full document, that should be sufficient.
Okay. Thank you. And I've made sure that full document goes that this cross-examination exhibit goes around, although this does not have the entire testimony. but this will be only a few questions here. So
Let me, Attorney Snowden, if you would, let
Yes.
me introduce or enter Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association Cross Exhibit 5 as hearing Exhibit 45.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Snyder, if I can direct your attention to this paragraph starting with line 12 on page 21, where it says that competitive procurement of renewable energy is a market-driven process to acquire new renewable resources. And as I read Mr. Brown's testimony, he's saying that even where renewables don't provide capacity needs, the IRP can select the renewable resource as a potential economic source of energy without changing the total amount of resources required to meet peak demand. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, do you agree with Mr. Brown?
In the context he was talking about, I think he's saying that solar is allowed to be picked in the IRP just for its energy value, and I agree with that.
Okay, but an IRP can only pick a resource as economical if it's available to select it in the model, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and if it's not modeled, the IRP can't pick it, correct?
that is correct.
Okay, is it fair to say that if Duke, based on Duke's prior experience, recent experience in competitive procurements, that it could competitively procure solar at prices lower than its own capital cost?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I somehow lost you. Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Is it fair to say that based on recent experience with CPRE, Duke could probably procure solar at prices lower than its own capital costs?
Again, I think in this comparison, price to capital costs, it's a bit of an apples to oranges, and that's what I've been trying to explain. And I think Mr. Kalemba attempted this as well, is you're getting a PPA that it's specific to, our capital cost in the model is for a generic resource. It doesn't have, all the unique situations that may exist in a PPA market, which gives you an array of prices. Like I said, $38 was not the price in that, it was a average of a subset of bids. So you get this array of resources. And then it's a 20-year deal with specific terms and conditions. Each bidder has different tax equity partners. They have different deals on property tax. They have different risk appetites. They may have different supply chain risk. Some may use different suppliers that were stockpiled. You just don't know what their history, what their risk is. So you get this range of bids. And a subset of that at a midpoint, that is not a repeatable resource within an IRP. So the question really becomes is, how do you model a single price for a range of bids and say this is a selectable resource, when it was a selectable resource based on a very given set of facts and circumstances? We don't know what their, many of the situations, whether it's repeatable or not. And that's why I said it may be appropriate to say, if it was available, would the model select it as a sensitivity? Because to put it in the base case and assume it's a repeatable, just like you're not comparing every resource on an apples to apples. So we did not put in a PPA price and try and replicate all the terms and conditions of that PPA. So that a selectable, I don't know how you would do that in your base case and stay apples to apples across all of your other resources. And then I start putting in gas PPAs, and then I start putting in this deal I got on this turbine as a resource. And then you'd come in the hearing and say, you can't buy that 3 times over. And I'd say, you can't buy that solar 4 times over. We don't want to go down that path in future proceedings. So I don't think it's appropriate to have it in there. We did not have it. It's not appropriate. Mr. Columbus said it's not appropriate. I'm saying it's not. Over the weekend, I said, how do I bridge this gap? I think it is appropriate to potentially model these as, if you could get it at this price, if I could replicate it, if I could get a 20-year deal, run a portfolio that runs a sensitivity with reasonable blocks and says, where would this be selected in this base plan? I think that that's a meet in the middle. That's what I came up. But
So,
we-
Mr. Schneider, I'm sorry, are you telling me that you don't believe there's a liquid market for solar at costs lower than the company's capital costs?
yeah, I am definitely saying the solar market is illiquid. It takes 8
Okay, but
to transact and the bids are this large. You got this big range. We didn't see what the transmission costs were. We didn't see what many of the terms and conditions were. They didn't have an obligation for decommissioning, which is in the capital cost. You have decommissioning costs. There's several differences to what's in the capital cost. It's a generic repeatable, compare it to a generic repeatable wind turbine, to a generic repeatable gas turbine. A specific transaction in an illiquid market can give you a price that is not repeatable, and you don't know all the terms and conditions. And I wasn't able to transact at a very deep volume at that price. And that wasn't even, that's the average price. The market cleared higher. The highest price that won wasn't $38. So how do I put a 38 in if the market was above 38? The marginal cost of solar was above. So
Mr. Snyder, I'm sorry, I really am going to ask, or actually, Mr. Chairman, I would please ask the witness to instruct the witness to try to keep his answers fairly short. I understand these are very complicated things, but
so it is not it is an apples and oranges. I am not saying it's at or above or below our capital cost. You have to know all of the terms and conditions of that particular transaction to compare it to a capital cost, which is a 30-year asset with decommissioning costs, generic cost assumptions that's repeatable compared to generic NREL cost assumptions for batteries and generic cost assumptions for turbines. I didn't use my last turbine price in the IRP, or it would be selected all day long because I built it cheaper than the generic prices, but I didn't put that cheap turbine price in my IRP. Now, if you want to say, if I could replicate it, would it get selected? I think that's reasonable, but you don't put it in your base case. We did not. Mr. Columbus said it's apples to oranges. I'm telling you it's apples to oranges. I'm not saying it's below our capital cost because you're not comparing purchase price to capital cost. You have to know a whole lot more variables than are knowable in that RFP.
Mr. Schneider, how many megawatts of solar has Duke procured in CPRE so far?
I know how many we have on the grid. I don't know how many are CPRE. If you tell me.
All right. Well, so we got Duke got 500 or 600 in tranche 1. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if I have that. Give me 2 seconds.
It's okay. We don't need to chase down the numbers.
I'll say it's in that neighborhood and leave it. Okay. I will say they did not reach all the bids they wanted, so they didn't get enough bids to fill what they were looking for, which meant there weren't enough solar bids that are below the price the cost cap. So the IA could not identify enough bids to fill the allotment that we were seeking, which again just points to an illiquid market that makes it difficult to model that as a repeatable, comparable asset to other assets that are being based on an NREL price or a engineering price. You have unique circumstances, and I have that in all asset types. So it's not a cost of capital thing. It's a deal price specific to the situation in that deal. It's very difficult to put that on an apples to apples with the cost of capital.
Mr. Snyder, would you agree that in tranche 2, not in tranche 1, Duke was able to meet its procurement target of 650 megawatts of solar?
I think they did in tranche 2. I think I recall that.
Okay, so you don't think that it's appropriate in IRP? Well, let me ask you this. You make a lot of assumptions in IRP, don't you?
We try and make a lot of assumptions that harmonize across resources, so we're evaluating each resource fairly.
Okay, you have to make a lot of assumptions, correct?
You have to use a lot.
Okay.
A lot. We've heard for a week and a half, inputs matter.
Okay, and you think that the only appropriate assumption about the cost of solar for the IRP was that solar will cost no less than Duke's own capital cost of solar. Is that fair?
No, I don't at all. We did run sensitivities on that, as Mr. Colombo pointed out. So again, it's Duke uses that capital cost across all asset types to keep things apples to apples. And then it says, how would that change if capital costs were higher or lower? So you can do high and low sensitivities on capital costs. That's one way to say, would more get selected if I lowered my capital cost and just take your price that you've got from your data source and you decline it and use a lower sensitivity, does it select more? That's a good sensitivity. You could do a sensitivity to say, if I could replicate this market result, I do a sensitivity to say, does that market result get selected? We did not do that in this IRP. Again, Mr. Snowden thinking, is that a reasonable request in a update or in a next comprehensive to run sensitivities and say, if it was repeatable, does that get selected as a sensitivity to your base case? I think that is a reasonable request. I'm trying to tell you why we didn't put it in as part of the base case.
Okay. So Duke did not do a sensitivity or any other analysis in this IRP to test whether a procurement of solar at costs lower than Duke's own capital costs would result in savings to ratepayers, correct?
When you say the Duke's own capital costs, that's where I disagree with you, okay? I'm not agreeing that these PPAs were lower than Duke's own capital costs. They may have some, I don't know what, our capital costs are 30 years, they have decommissioning, they have a whole set of facts and circumstances that are not the same as the 20-year. And so I'm not saying it's above or below our capital costs. I will agree with you. We did not run a sensitivity to say, would a 20-year PPA be selected in the model if I could replicate it under those terms and conditions and these values? We did not run that sensitivity. I'm not saying that means it's lower or above the capital cost, because you're comparing two different things. You're comparing a very specific PPA to a generic model of a 30-year that has a lot of other parameters in it.
And Duke didn't include any PPAs as a selectable resource in the model, right?
And it's important, I think this is really important, for any of the asset types. It is, like I said, there's PPAs out there across the asset types. There are special circumstances across the asset types. So we did not do PPA, if I saw a solar or a wind PPA in Oklahoma, I didn't grab that, put it in my IRP. If I did 2 years ago a gas PPA, I didn't assume that was repeatable and put that in my IRP. There's lots of things you can see in the media that says, oh, here's a PPA price, here's a PPA price, throw it in your IRP. When you dig into the details of that PPA, you find out there were some very special circumstances that means that's not repeatable. So we did not do PPAs across gas resources, wind resources, or solar resources in our IRP.
Okay. So, all right, no PPAs were modeled in the IRP, right?
No PPAs were modeled in the IRP as selectable resources, other than those that were listed.
Mr. Snyder, if the IRP doesn't model solar or any resource being procured by a PPA, how does the company know that it's not missing out on a good deal for ratepayers by competitively procuring resources through competitive procurements?
And I think we said this in the IRP, is the IRP lays out what it thinks its plan is, and then there are competitive procurement processes that happen after that. There's a docket opened here. We have a CPRE process in North Carolina. We've gone out for procurements for gas resources in the past. So this sort of serves as the baseline, but you don't try and run competitive procurements in an IRP. Competitive procurements are evaluated against the IRP. I think that's a fair, when you do them, that's what sets the cost cap, right? You've got a cost cap in CPRE. The IRP sets that cost cap. Let's say I had selectable PPA prices that reduced my cost cap. I think when you went to have the RFP, you would say, no, wait a second, you've got those in there, it's reducing your cost cap. Your base case needs to stay pure on here's the capital cost to build all these various assets, and then various RFP processes which happen outside of the IRP can be evaluated against that. And you can do sensitivities in the IRP to instruct it, say like, hey, we're starting to see prices in the market. We don't know if they're repeatable. We heard Mr. Roberts talk about they're getting further away, interconnection costs are going up. Tax situation, I hear a lot about ITC, but you also have a tax equity market that's dynamic and changing. We don't know. So what if we ran some sensitivities? Would they get selected in my base case? That could inform an RFP process. My whole point is you don't put in, just because you read something in the paper, you don't put it in as a selectable resource in your base case, or you'll start doing that for all resources.
Understood, but you'd agree that the results of Duke's own competitive procurement of renewable energy resources is not simply something that was just read in the paper, right?
No, and that's the results are what I'm trying to tell you is the reason I wouldn't, because that is not a clearing price. That is a average of a winning bids with unique circumstances that, may or may not be repeatable in the future. It wasn't all bids. It wasn't the highest. The old economist in me would say the price is whatever the top bid was. If you wanted the marginal price, for that much solar. So you get this range of bids, and taking the average of the winning and ignoring the losing and saying that's what you're going to be able to get in the market. I think it's a reasonable stress test, but it doesn't mean that you have a market that's deep and repeatable at that price. And importantly, you don't know what the 20-year is, what rights, and in this case, we do know that environmental attributes were conveyed. In a lot of other cases, we don't know whether environmental attributes were conveyed. In our early PPAs, we did some. In PURPA, you're not allowed to have environmental attributes. So do they have environmental attributes? What type of control? How much, do you have any options on the back end, or is it just open on the back end? Is there economic control? Is there curtailability limits? What are those limits? What are they priced at? There's tremendous amount of details I used to structure these deals in another life where you would price what you would bid something into, and the details really matter. And the details can change from RFP to RFP or from news article to news article. And that price is not generic when you have a structured deal, as opposed to like a generic gas price that you're just picking up the phone and calling.
But Mr. Snyder, with respect to other resources, the company does model generic resources. These are generic capital prices that Duke is using in its model for solar, aren't they?
Yeah, that's my point, is we use generic across the board, but I don't put in RFP. I've got RFP results for gas units that are below the new cost to build. But there were special circumstances there, and I don't say that that's a selectable resource just because that RFP happened to yield something lower than my cost to build. So you're trying to keep consistency across all resource types. And when you interject, you really don't know what you're modeling. You're just modeling a price. You model a price, you don't know what you get for that price. You don't know. I mean, it gets down to what's in the indemnification, what's in the material alterations. People will trade around. I used to trade around these positions. There are people adding panels to old PPAs at high prices. They're buying the panels cheap. They're adding them to it. Now we get more high price solar. That was they trade around it. So maybe they bid aggressively in the front. These are not repeatable. There's, like I said, it's a stress test. It should not be put.
So, Mr. Snyder, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What you're telling me is that Duke Energy, one of the largest investor and the largest investor in utility in the country, which has conducted what we all agree is a very sophisticated analysis for its IRP, finds it literally impossible to come up with a reasonable projection of even the maximum price of solar that it could procure through a competitive process.
We could put in as a sensitivity. I think I told you we could put in a what if this, what if this, what if this at various tranches. We did not do that as a PPA. We didn't do it for any of the asset types. I could say the same thing for, like I said, we're going in circles a bit, and I apologize, but we modeled everything based on a cost to construct. That's you need to maintain that integrity. You really, and then you can stress test purchases. If I could get the same characteristics and usage of that asset, then I could, stress test it. But it is not putting PPAs in as a selectable resource in an illiquid market is something you generally do not do in an IRP, in my experience.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schneider. Those are all my questions. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, that I did request to have the last cross exhibit moved into evidence. Is that right?
Cross Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
Thank
South
you, Mr.
Car-
Chairman.
South Carolina Coastal Conservation League et al.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay? And Mr. Schneider, can you hear me?
Pretty well, Ms. Thompson, just maybe a little bit. Ask the court reporter.
Let me try putting in, I was trying to avoid using my earbuds, but let me try that because I think the sound quality is going to be better based on my sound check. Please bear with me.
We couldn't have been ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schneider. I'm Gudrun Thompson representing South Carolina Coastal Conservation League et al. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Ms. Thompson, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just ask if Madam Court Reporter is also able to hear me.
We're able to hear you in the hearing room.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Snyder, you spent a fair amount of time in your rebuttal talking about Duke's stakeholder engagement efforts around the 2020 IRPs. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you mentioned that interveners give the companies little or no credit for their stakeholder engagement efforts. Do you recall that?
I think I did say that, yes.
Okay, I'm going to try to share my screen, and this is not something I'm seeking to introduce, but just to refresh your recollection. Goodness. This is the problem when I'm trying to share, when I have too many different PDFs open, it won't let me just pick one. Let's see. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Schneider, bear with me. See if I can make this work. Try to share. Okay, I think I got this one correct. Okay. Mr. Snyder, I will, well, let me just ask you, do you recall that, were you aware that Duke Energy put out a press release in conjunction with filing of the 2020 IRPs in this commission and the North Carolina Utilities Commission?
I'm sure we did, and I may have even seen this in the past, so I'll certainly agree with you.
All right, I will represent to you that this is a copy of the company's press release that I downloaded from the website. Apologize for the scrolling if that's making anybody seasick. I'm just going to go down to the second page here. Do you see in this second paragraph that's now visible a quote from David Rogers with the Sierra Club?
I do.
And you're aware that the Sierra Club is one of the groups I'm representing in this proceeding, one of the interveners?
I agree with that.
And are you, do you see where Mr. Rogers is quoted as saying Duke Energy certainly gave stakeholders many opportunities to weigh in before developing major long-term plans that will affect thousands of families and businesses, and I hope to see that robust engagement reflected throughout this important process. I appreciated the opportunity for more substantive engagement with Duke Energy and highly encourage company leaders to continue involving stakeholders early in key strategic discussions. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, so I really just shared that for purposes of just making sure that you are aware that that stakeholders did appreciate the engagement. that Duke made, as did I, having participated in those stakeholder sessions. But you are familiar with the expression that the proof is in the pudding, are you not?
I am.
Okay. All right, let's move on. And I have, in an attempt to read the room, I have eliminated some of my questions, and I'm going to try to move things quickly. But I do need to cover some ground, to properly represent my clients. So, Mr. Snyder, you seem reluctant under cross by Mr. Snowden to say which of the resource portfolios in the IRPs is the preferred case that Duke is moving to implement. Did I understand you correctly?
I wouldn't have used those words, but I do not use the word preferred as much as I use, here are 6 portfolios that represent the landscape and the reality that we're in. So if Duke preferred Plan D, that would require the technology and the policy. And that's what we're saying. We are the implementers of public policy. And I think this is pervasive in the industry. People think Duke gets to choose. Like Duke chooses a portfolio. Why doesn't Duke choose D, E, or F? Duke implements public policy based on the rules, the regulations, the tax codes, dozens of entities regulate us, and we operate within those. And so we don't get to choose the portfolio. We get to be a voice in shaping the energy future. And we think the IRP presents 6 portfolios that helps that conversation.
All right. I'm not sure whether that's a yes or a no, but we can move on. Do I understand you correctly to be saying then that it is up to the commission under Act 62, recognizing you're not a lawyer, but it is up to the commission to pick the most reasonable and prudent plan from among the portfolios that you are presenting in your IRPs?
No, I don't think so. I think what I'm saying is, and this is, I tried it with Mr. Snowden, I'm going to try it again. I think the IRP is the integrated resource plan. The integrated resource plan has 6 portfolios. I don't see anywhere in Act 62 where the commission is bound to pick a resource portfolio within the integrated resource plan. It doesn't say pick a portfolio. Act 62 says develop an integrated resource plan. It then has, and it says you must develop multiple portfolios that consider a wide range of supply side, demand side, and other company services. And and I'll get the words slightly wrong, but we've all heard that read a couple of times in this proceeding. So in my view, the commission benefits greatly from having this information in front of it. It has all 6 portfolios. It then goes into other dockets that we just discussed with Mr. Snowden. In the avoided cost docket, there's case law. There's FERC law that says, here's how you need to determine a but-for price.
Mr. Snyder.
Docket and say,
Mr. Snyder.
I think these 2 portfolios can be used.
Mr. Snyder, I'm very
This is
sorry
really
to
important,
interrupt.
Ms. Thompson.
I'm very
please allow
sorry
me to
to
finish.
Well, I will.
Late,
but let me just-
ma'am, sir.
Oh.
So
Yes, Mr.
we're all just trying to make it through this hearing the best way we can. I know that these
Yes.
are contentious issues for the parties. But if a question is asked, I would allow the witness to answer the question. If the answer is not sufficient, I would ask the attorney to ask the question in a different manner, or ask me to instruct the witness to answer the question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not that the answer is not sufficient. It's just perhaps overly sufficient and had been answered. Mr. Snyder has basically made these same points under cross from Mr. Snowden. So I'm just trying to move things along. I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Snyder.
And then I just think this has been a central issue, and I think there's been too much confusion on it. I don't read the act in any way to say they have to pick a portfolio or we have to pick a portfolio. Is the plan in its totality most reasonable and prudent for the commission to conduct its business? There are a couple of portfolios that are more likely to be used by the commission in future proceedings as they adjudicate issues before them. We've just talked about numerous ones: EE, DSM, avoided costs, CPRE. They may choose to use those portfolios at their discretion as they see fit. They may find the other 4 portfolios to be very instructive for other purposes, whether that's informing, other stakeholders in the process, meeting stakeholders' requests for other. And so they can use the plan in its totality without picking a portfolio and says, this is the only portfolio anyone's allowed to use in any proceeding or in any context. I don't read the act to say that at all.
All right. Let's move on to perhaps a more productive way to get at this issue. You've got a short-term action plan in each of your IRPs, correct?
We do.
And you presented I guess kind of an excerpt of that short-term action plan in your rebuttal exhibit 14.
Yeah, I was just turning to that. Yes, I did.
Would it help if I share that?
Yeah, you may.
All right. Attempt to do that. All right. Okay. Mr. Snyder, are you able to see on your screen the your?
I am.
There's the way this comes up is it cuts
You're
off
good,
part of it.
unless the court reporter needs it bigger. I can see it, Ms. Thompson.
Okay. So this is your rebuttal exhibit 14, correct?
Yes.
And it's an excerpt of the short-term action plan, or I guess a different representation of the short-term action plan provided in response to testimony from Office of Regulatory Staff, correct?
It is.
Okay. Do you see the heading? This is for Duke Energy Carolinas. Do you see the print's pretty small, but do you see where it says base case with carbon policy? Under where it says short-term action plan.
I do.
I tried to just enlarge it a little bit. Okay, so this short-term action plan is the first 5 years out. So basically 1/3 of the 15-year planning horizon, correct?
Yes.
And understanding that you will you may adapt the resource portfolios over time to reflect changing circumstances. The short-term action plan recognizes that each of the Duke utilities will also need to be taking steps to implement the IRP, correct?
Yes. It talks about our activities to, in the near future.
Now, the base case without carbon assumes no carbon policy through 2040 and beyond. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the base case with carbon, on the other hand, uses a carbon price as a kind of a proxy for carbon policy, correct?
It does.
And the question whether you include a carbon price or not has consequences as to what resources are going to be selected by the model, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, let's see. I'm going to try to avoid retreading ground. I have, if you could see my notes, you'd see I've crossed a lot out based on Mr. Snowden's cross, but let me ask it this way. Let's see. All right, you say the base case without carbon is the appropriate plan, right?
I do say, I use the word appropriate and, I think we had a long discussion. In many venues, it may be appropriate.
Yes. And Act 62 does not use the term appropriate, does it?
In terms of what? In terms
Sorry.
of plan?
Sorry,
I
when
think, yeah.
sorry, go ahead, please go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson. I was looking for context on Act 62.
Sure, and I can help to provide that. So when you use the term appropriate with quotation marks around it to refer to the base case without carbon, you're not putting those quotes around it because you're quoting from the statute.
No, I put it just to highlight that appropriate, again, it's the appropriate plan in many venues. To say it's preferred means that we somehow get to select it. We don't get to select it. We are following the statute, not choosing, which one, so.
Fair enough. And I think would you agree with me that you have disagreed with Mr. Snowden and some of his cross that Duke should be required to file modified 2020 IRPs?
Yes, I strongly disagree with that.
And is it your contention then that any adjustments, it is your contention then that any adjustments can be made in future IRPs and in IRP updates?
Yes, we have a busy regulatory calendar this fall and into next year, addressing all these issues again.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing this, and I am trying as hard as I can to move quickly, recognizing that we don't want to spend any more time than we have to, but there are a few steps I need to take here, so please bear with me. I am now emailing around an exhibit per instructions from General Counsel Wessinger Hill. Mr. Schneider, recognizing that you may have a hard time checking email during the hearing, this is the procedure that we're instructed to use. So I have an exhibit, Mr. Chairman, I would like to use. It has been provided. This is CCL et al. Snyder Cross Exhibit 2. I have provided in advance to Ms. Elise Wilson via email and FedEx, and I've just emailed it to you, Mr. Snyder, to your counsel and all counsel. So I will ask Ms. and I will share it, Mr. Snyder. So if it's easier, I just need to go through
that
these.
would be easier. Thank you, Ms.
Yeah,
Thompson.
you're welcome. I just need to go through these little procedural steps. So Ms. Wessinger Hill, if you could kindly distribute the exhibit that I've just circulated, marked as CCL et al. Snyder Cross Exhibit 2 to the Commission. And Madam Court Reporter, I have pre-marked this document for identification as CCL et al. Snyder Cross Exhibit 2. I'm going to attempt to share it now. Let's see. There we go. Mr. Snyder, I'm showing you now what has been marked as CCL et al. Snyder Cross-Examination Exhibit 2. Please take a moment to review it. And let me know when you're ready. Are you able to view that okay on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, this whole rigmarole I have to go through interrupts the flow of my questions a little bit. So we were just talking about the fact that adjustments can be made in future IRPs and updates. Will you read with me now under the response, or just read along with me, where it says the companies consider the IRPs as the primary vehicle to determine and guide the procurement of generation resources to meet future customer energy needs with RFP solicitations. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, you say that the companies have not and this is going back to your direct testimony, but does it sound right to you that you've said that the companies have not made any decision to add or retire generation resources based on the 2020 IRPs?
Can you, I'm sort of blanking on context. So you're saying in my direct testimony, can you point me to where I say that? 'Cause I wanna-
Sure, it's on page 22 of your direct testimony, but I could also just rephrase it and just
Sure.
ask you the question straight up.
Okay, sure.
The companies at this time have not made any, or as of when you filed your direct, the companies have not made any decision to add or retire generation resources based on the 2020 IRPs.
Yeah, I would say the, Allen retirements are fully consistent with the IRP. We'll be retiring the Allen coal unit. So I was just struggling this time. So with based on, you know, we are making decisions moving forward. It's a question of, you know, whether you want to use the word based on. We had committed to retiring Allen before the IRP and have adjusted some of those dates up, with a couple of the units in the IRPs. So I would say, you know, with the caveat, we are moving forward consistent with the IRP, but we don't have a new central generator at this point or that nature planned with the IRPs.
Okay, that is helpful, thank you. And we are going to circle back to retirements, but okay, I am going to find another exhibit, which is one that actually is already in the record, but just because for convenience, I had marked this as an exhibit, but I am not going to seek to introduce it. I'm just going to share it on my screen since it's already been in the record as a redirect exhibit that Mr. Breitschwert asked you about.
Ms. Thompson, did you intend
Oh.
to introduce into the record CCL cross-examination Exhibit 2, Snyder Cross Exhibit 2?
If it's, Mr. Chairman, if it's the commission's preference for me to do that as I go, yes, or I could move all of my cross exhibits in as a composite exhibit when I conclude my crosses, as you prefer.
I don't have a preference. Just wanted to make sure you didn't forget.
Thank you. This is an artifact of being more familiar with the NCUC. I apologize for that, but I'll come back to them. Okay. All right, moving along. I'm going to share this. And I confess I cannot remember the number of this hearing exhibit, but do you recognize this to be a response to a data request that Mr. Breitschwert had previously introduced on, I believe, redirect examination of you, Mr. Snyder?
I do.
Okay. And we'll just use my exhibit for quick reference since I had already prepared it before Mr. Breitschwert kind of stole my thunder. Does this appear to you to be Duke's response to a North Carolina Public Staff Data Request 327?
It does.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down. Are you able to see this okay? Should I try to enlarge it?
I am. I can see that.
Okay, and the request refers to the identified need in 2026 for 457 megawatts of CT capacity as shown in its winter LCR table associated with the base case for carbon policy. Just to clarify, the acronym CT is combustion turbine.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah, it is.
And LCR, that's the load capacity and reserves table.
That it is. That's the correct acronym. Yes.
Okay. And the response says that DEP, I'm paraphrasing, but the response essentially says that DEP would need to conduct an RFP or request for proposals in the fourth quarter of 2021 to fill a winter 2026 need. Correct?
Yeah, I think the key word there is this is a generic timeline. But yes, I mean, it's a high level timeline of about how you have to think about backing up for this. But yes,
Okay.
that's a generic timeline for bringing a unit into service when you walk through the major steps.
Understood. Thank you. And as it stands now, you have identified a 2026 need in DEP, correct?
We do.
Okay. I can take this one down. All right. Okay, moving on. You acknowledge, Mr. Snyder, do you not, that the companies and Dominion, South Carolina, are both subject to the same IRP-related legal requirements under Act 62?
Yes.
And have you read the Commission's order on DESC's 2020 IRP?
I have not.
Oh, you have not. Okay. Well, let's see. I will see if I can dredge it up here. Let's see here. Bear with me, please. See if I can do this. All right. Mr. Snyder, are you able to see a document on your screen now that is headed docket number 2019-226E, order number 2020-832?
I can see that, Ms. Thompson.
Okay, I will represent to you that this is this commission's order on the Dominion 2020 IRP, Dominion South Carolina 2020 IRP. Understanding that you have not read the order, just will you read or follow along with me at the pages are numbered at the top. So the page that's visible at the top of your screen is page 6. Do you see there where it says DESC is the first IRP proceeding conducted under then going down to
I do.
page 7, amended statute? As part of its review, the commission also provides guidance on its interpretation and expectation for compliance with the statute for the public interest, not only for DESC, but also for other electrical utilities. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the commission required the use of specific assumptions in with regard to Dominion's modified 2020 IRP and 2021 update because it found them to be reasonable. Would you accept that subject to check?
Can you restate that question?
Yes, and I can try to find it in the order if you like, but
I'll agree with, I just didn't, I think, I thought I heard you say they required it to be filed, to file a modified IRP because they found it to be reasonable.
I'll repeat my question.
Thank you.
This commission required the use of specific assumptions in Dominion's modified IRP and 2021 update because it found those assumptions to be reasonable. Would you agree with that subject to check?
Yeah, I would say reasonable in the broader context of the facts, circumstances, and evidence in that case. And as I point out, that's a completely separate case. There were, as I understand it, just from hearing a review of it, an extraordinarily different set of issues, different set of facts, circumstances, and evidence. And so a reasonable assumption in one case, given all the other facts and evidence in that case may not be reasonable in a different case.
Oh, I think you've anticipated my question then. So it is your position that each of the assumptions should be fully litigated again in every IRP proceeding?
To the extent, I don't want Dominion defending an assumption on behalf of Duke that they may not have been prepared to defend. I absolutely think it needs to be relitigated. The facts, circumstances, and evidence that supported that assumption being determined reasonable was based on the facts, circumstances, and evidence in that case. I think we have a tremendous amount of additional facts, circumstances, and evidence in this case that could yield a different result.
So you're not saying that the commission should hold Dominion and Duke to different standards, are you?
No, I'm saying they should view each issue within the two different IRP cases based on the holistic facts, circumstances, and evidence in that case. And I think a lot of things weigh on the commission in making determinations and in writing an order, and they need to take that holistic view, which can be very different for Duke than it was for Dominion.
So, Mr. Snyder, you cite, in the course of your testimony, you cite North Carolina Utilities Commission orders multiple times. Having just read this passage from the bottom of page 6, top of page 7 of this commission's order on Dominion's 2020 IRP, is it your contention that the commission should pay more attention to the NCUC than to what it has already determined in its own order?
No, I think we're just pointing out we're bringing new facts and circumstances for them to consider. They can put whatever weight they feel appropriate on FERC law, North Carolina, South Carolina law, past proceedings. That is the commission's full discretion to put whatever weight they want on any piece of evidence.
So same law, applying the same law needs to be applied uniformly. Facts and circumstances might be different from one utility to the other. Is that all you're saying, basically?
No, I'm saying the Act 62 has the same requirements. How you interpret the fulfillment of those requirements is completely based on, as we've seen here, thousands of pages of testimony and exhibits that can vary greatly from one case to the other. So the determination of compliance with Act 62 and the issues therein are wholly different between the two. And I think that's what I've said in my testimony over and over.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Mr. Chairman, I have a basically new line of cross now that is going to go on for a little while. I'm happy to proceed to continue if it's the commission's pleasure, or this could be a good time to take a break if there is going to be a lunch recess. Just wanted to flag that.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Attorney Thompson, could you quantify a little while?
Well, I can't remember when Mr. Snowden stopped. I believe he had been going for 3-ish hours. It is probably twice as much as we've just gone over, and then I'll be done.
All right.
I'm not good with quantifying minutes. I apologize for estimating.
Okay. We're in recess until 1:30.